usual. Edgar Allan Poe, Dreamscape. By a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an Edelman named Night on a black throne reigns upright. I've reached these lands but merely from an ultimate dim pool, from a wild clime that lies sublime out of space, out of time, bottomless veils and boundless floods, and chasms and caves and titan woods, with forms that no man can discover for the tears that drip all over. Mountains toppling evermore into seas without a shore. Seas that restlessly aspire, surging into skies of fire, lakes that endlessly outspread their lone waters low and dead, their still waters still and chilly with the snows of the long river. By the lakes and that thus outspread their lone waters lone and dead, their sad waters sad and chilly with the snows of the lolly willy, by the mountains near the river murmuring, lowly murmuring ever, by the gray woods, by the swamp, where the toad and the newt encamp, by the dismal tarns and pools where dwell the ghouls, by each spot of the most unholy and each nook most melancholy, there the traveller meets the ghast's sheeted memories of the past, shrouded forms that start and sigh as they pass and wonder by, white-robed forms of friends long given in agony to earth and heaven, for the heart whose woes are legion, 'tis a peaceful, soothing region for the spirit that walks in shadow, 'tis all, 'tis an El Dorado. But the traveller travelling through it may not dare not openly view it, never its mysteries are exposed to the weak human eye unclosed, so wills its king who hath forbid the uplifting of the frigid lid, and thus the sad soul that here passes beholds it but through darkened glasses, by a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill's angel only, where an edible named Night on a black throne reigns upright. I've wandered home but lured from this ultimate dim pool. Edgar Allan Poe. And good morning, good evening, good day, wherever it is where you are. And like how much Edgar Allan Poe makes me contemplate my past, brings up things once made me go aghast. Uh, but yesterday we got a beautiful day, and people will focus on what is negative or whatever grabs their fancy, and that's why you get to do the same. Uh, when I was 18, my life was full of misery, and I say full of misery because at that time I was very saddened one thing that I do associate with all of that drama in my past was wondering. Wondering why, wondering how. And then one day I learned the truth, at least from my biological father, definitely, not my holy father. I learned in truth the reality. He told me plain as day, he said, sober as for me, he told me, he said, I don't want a son. Well, that if that every answer, that one expression, that one bit of truth that he told me, it gave me the answer to every question I had. Every single question I had, I knew why he was never there. I knew why he never showed up. I knew why. All the things I wondered, I knew why. My divine father, though, he found me all right, and he's guided me quite well. But what I'm focusing on here is the curious, the wondering, the questioning. Now it's good to question, it's good to wonder, it's good to seek and oil. That curiosity is the oil to the source that hinges on the door and the lock that haven't been opened forever in ages. That's another thing, or that's another aspect. But what we're talking about here is more questions of the mind that cause the body to be still, to cause massive flares of anger, to cause massive bouts of sadness to show up without any accompanying words. You see one image and a complete breakdown of character. Why? Because of the curious wonder of why somebody did something or why somebody didn't do something. I found that by receiving answers to those questions that I endlessly, seemingly endlessly sought answers to. But when I got that answer, I stopped wondering. I stopped being so, well, what's going on over there? Well, why didn't they do this? Well, why didn't they do that? Well, why didn't they show up over here? I don't wonder about those things anymore. I do what I'm supposed to do. I do what's in my heart to do. And then the rest is time for me to relax, recover, put down my head, go to sleep, and wake up. I got too much time to dilly dally. I can bring on an excess of tomfoolery that ain't just ain't gonna help too much. Let's move on to our next one by Edgar Allan Poe, Dreams. Oh, that my young life were a lasting dream, my spirit not awakening till the beam of an eternity should bring the morrow. Yes, though that long train bore a hopeless sorrow, 'twere better than the cold reality of wakened life to him whose heart must be and happen to fill upon the lovely earth a chaos of deep passion from his birth. But should it be that dream eternally continuing his dream had been to me, in my young boyhood should it thus be given, 'twere folly still to hope for higher heaven. See if maybe the volume will come through a little bit better there. Definitely could be the deal. Boom, how about now? I think that much better. Alright, cool. Thank you for letting me know. Ooh, thank you for letting me know about the volume check there. Let's see, shall I read that last one again, since the volume was pretty messed up? I'll tell you what, one day, I'm gonna get some tripods, we're gonna be set up real nice, and we're gonna put the camera anywhere, do all sorts of things. So, until I grow, until the next step comes in my life where, like, a real production, like, room or something can actually come about, well, I'll do my best for what I can. School. What religion? No religion. Look, learn from everything. Belong to none of it. Alright? Move in. Learn everything. Be a brother. Be sincere. Open your heart up. But when your boundaries are crossed and you freaking know better, don't go following no dumb book or some person from some podium or some person whispering in your ear, yo, do this or don't do that. You follow that heart, and that heart is going to move you away from that religion, and you're going to be free to learn what you need at the next level of initiation. Because every single religion, every single secret organization, every single process of the entire portion of life is another step on Jacob's ladder of ascension unto heaven. So if all you do is get stuck in one religion, one social order, one political, if all you do is get stuck at one place, you're done. You just lost. You lost the race because you bowed out, because you said, I value something I physically have over what father, mother can give me. All right, this one is entitled Dreams. This is oh, that my young life were a lasting dream, my spirit not awakening till the beam of an eternity should bring the morrow. Yes, though that long dream were of hopeless sorrow, 'twere better than the cold reality of waking life to him whose heart must be and hath been still upon the lovely earth, a chaos of deep passion from his birth. But should it be that dream eternally continuing as dreams have been to me in my young boyhood? Should it thus be given? 'Twere folly still to hope for higher heaven, for I have revelled when the sun was bright, aye, the summer sky in dreams of living light, and loveliness have left my very heart, and climes of my imagining apart from mine own home with beings that have been of my own thought. What more could I have seen? 'Twas once and only once in the wild hour from my remembrance shall not pass some power or spell had bound me. 'Twas the chilly wind came over me in the night and left behind its image on my spirit, or the moon shone on my slumbers in her lofty noon. Too coldly o'er the stars, however it was, that dream was as that night wind, let it pass. I have been happy, though in a dream I have been happy, and I love the theme. Dreams in their vivid coloring of life, as in that fleeting, shadowy, misty strife of semblance with reality, which brings to the delirious eye more lovely things of paradise and love and all our own than young hope in his sunniest hour hath known. Hey, let's just give a thumbs up to Mary Jane, hey? Ahmed. Ahmed. Yeah, put it a good way. Well, first of all, I'll say that the headpiece, the feathers, I don't go to sleep with. The rest, generally, I will. I might take a few necklaces off, but not all of them. Why do I dress like this? Um, it's part of the shamanic journey. The longer that you're on the journey, the more that you're going to learn and the more that you're going to be connected with. For instance, this is not something to play with, but if you are developing, if you do have a heart of love, if you are on the shamanic journey, wise man, wise woman, whichever way, then a feather that you put within your hair connects you to those animals out there. And they talk about quantum entanglement, and in that quantum entanglement, what you choose to grab a hold to can boost that signal. You can be quantumly entangled with way much more than one thing. So if you focus your energy, if you bring certain elements into your existence, onto your body, onto your person, then you're going to be connected with those elements in which give sight. This one is El Dorado by Edgar Allan Poe. Gaily bedight, a gallant knight in sunshine and in shadow had journeyed long, singing this song in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and over his heart a shadow fell as he found no spot of ground that looked like El Dorado. And as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim shadow. Shadow, he said he, where can it be, this land of El Dorado? Over the mountains of the moon, down the valley of the shadow, ride, boldly ride. The shade replied, if you seek for El Dorado. Am I a shaman? Yes. A shaman is not a, it's not titled, okay? A wise man and a wise woman. Wise. Wisdom is the root word from which so much came. Shamans arise and they use various methods that are employed from the aspects of their life that they learn, histories that they connect with, and they are a wise man or a wise woman. They are a shaman because they are not bound to following one person's order. That's why there's no name of religion. That's why there's no name of faith. I mean, if you want to get back to anything core, I call it tribal because the tribe needs everybody. Just a wise person without a tribe ain't gonna do much good for themselves because they might be super wise, but that don't mean that they necessarily have the ability or the know-how to go do all the intricate things that everybody else does. I mean, even if you put all those responsibilities on just one person, say the sheriff, well then like things kind of get out of whack. You need everybody for the village. As it is, as the old expression goes, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a child. You gotta have somebody dressed up. You gotta have somebody connected to the divine father and mother that can actually speak
to hearts that are yearning for more than just what physical presence is before them. They're hungry to feed their soul. They're hungry for their imagination to grow. And are you going to do that with a tie and a suit? I hardly doubt it because I saw Mr. Rogers, bro. He wore a lot more than just some freaking tie and suit. He changed that stuff up. Dude, come on. Join me. Join us in this love of acceptance that just because somebody looks different doesn't mean they're complete mad. Do you not remember the old reality of judging a book by its cover? Did you refuse to get into the meat of that material that was within those pages because you judged the book not to be worthy based upon its bad condition, that it had tears and gems and all sorts of weird things hanging off of it? That is what the world's done to keep wisdom from you, to keep you stuck in the inability to act on your own ability, your own mind, your own intuition to make a decision and actually conquer what's before you, because they caused you to refuse to read a book, to refuse to get to know someone because it looked different. They painted a life of what it should look like, but if you ever walked into a jungle and saw nature, you'd see it's nothing like the things you wear or the words you say. Let's sail to heaven together. I got a big boat. Now, this is what I want to teach you, okay? People cannot reconcile two opposites, but one of the greatest things in all of the spiritual paths is to take two opposite things and to reconcile them and to see them as one whole. You can picture the yin yang in your mind. The black and white, that symbol is one. To fuse the black and the white, to fuse the dark and the seen and the unseen, to fuse those into one image. Wow, that takes power of the mind. That takes confidence of the heart, to follow the intuition of the self and not to be distracted by some fool that was only seeking to use you. Be free and don't be subject to man. Be free and don't be subject to opinion. And so when you wear things that contradict themselves, but you yourself have found where they coalesce into a oneness and have reason. How could they coalesce if they're completely opposite? Hold on. A burger, right? Burger, right? A burger and French fries are two different things, right? Let's make three different things. A salad. If you put a motto salad on my plate that has a burger on it, man, I'm not gonna do it. But in my head, I'm like, ah, take the salad, put it on the burger, we good, right? And the fries are a compliment. The fries are not the burger. The fries don't equal the burger. The burger, you got some special burgers and they put the fries on there, and that's real cool and all. But just Classically, generally speaking, the fries are a compliment. A compliment. It doesn't mean that they have to reason with the burger. It doesn't mean that it says, oh, I gotta make sure I taste like the burger. No, they're completely different. They are fries. They are a complement to the burger that has my salad in it. So, how can I wear things that are contradictory to themselves? Well, I see them as compliments, whereas others in the world see them as competing because that person has been in a state of competition. They have not elevated above the lower vibration. They have not conquered the physical wrath with the intellect of mind and the compassion of heart. They don't have intuition, they have instinct. And an animal acts on instinct. And when an animal is afraid, threatened, or has no food, they're going to attack and kill to get what they want. And that's exactly what dogmatic, low vibrational humans are going to do. So when you see their behavior, especially if you wearing something or doing something that contradicts itself, you already in wholeness. You in totality, you see it all. So when they come along, initially they were going to attack you. They were going to emotionally hurt you. They were going to steal your money. They were going to swindle you. They had some messed up plan in their mind that they'd do to any stranger they'd walk up to or a person they lovingly thought they knew. But because you are doing something that's contradicting itself and you have your station of mind, then this person who is going to perform this attack, they're confused. They're lost in confusion. They don't understand how you can be doing what you're doing. Their whole mind went from attack to confused. Confused animal that is scratching its ass and don't know what direction to turn next. Good. You stuck being a moron, a fool. I'm gonna keep walking on with my life. Thank you. As a matter of fact, I don't need just it's what I set up already in the first place. You see, people think that insults are the creme de la creme to move you off your path, to get you involved, to get you to say, "Roar! Why'd you call me a bitch? Why'd you call me that?" Call me whatever you want. I could care less. There's a lot more ears listening than just little old humans. I want to keep walking because whatever tragedy is going to befall that person in my past, I don't even want to look. I don't want to be there. I don't even want to hear about it. I don't. I don't. I already seen it and heard it way too much. I just want to keep moving forward. I ain't trying to cause no harm. Do you have faith in your God? Whoever your God is, whatever name you have for God, do you have faith in your God? Then your God, vengeance belongs to them, not you. Did you catch that? They, it belongs to them. They've been watching a whole lot more bad crap happen than just your two eyes and ears. You let them bring that justice where it belongs and just keep moving. If you really trust in your God, if you really believe in your faith, wherever and whatever, whoever it's directed to, then let them get your back. You go cry to them at night with your tears calling because you didn't do nothing to defend yourself. You stood strong and you left the fray. You turned your back on evil. You did not quantumly entangle with that trash. That tells your God a whole lot about your character. Your thoughts can do a gajillion things. But your body's going to choose one thing to do. That's your character. What you determine to do, or whether you respond like an animal. We are more than animals. We are so much more. You are a God if you just open the heart to receive the love, the energy that is truly swirling around this planet right now. And that is a wonderful reality. Heck, and surely that reflection in seeing all that is beyond, and realizing that within it, that takes effort, it takes time. And truly, just like that one scripture, I mean, I like to call him the dude. Jesus, I like to call him the dude said it great. But that reflection is very important to be able to be in the world yet not to be a part of the world, to interact, to seek your family, to have an impact, to create a new Eden. In my mind, well, not that you know, but you're gonna know. In my mind, like each person who attains it, and they can, and some more than one has. But as each person activates the chakras, the chi, the life force within them, as each one becomes a living tree of life, the atmosphere that they send out with their energy is like literally the soil of Eden. It's like the tree of life creates soil for Eden. And other people, they're that seed. They haven't become the tree of life yet because they only have knowledge of good and bad. So they're incapable of truly making a wise decision, because sometimes the wise decision is not what I want to do. Sometimes the mother must spank that child. She must inflict that pain for them to learn that it's not what she wants to do, but she knows she must do it. Or else that child's going to grow up and they're going to disregard authority and other people in that same fashion. Elanora by Edgar Allan Poe. I am come I am come of a race noted for vigor of fancy and ardor of passion. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled. Whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence, whether much that is glorious, whether all that is profound does not spring from disease of thought, from moods of mind exalted at the expense of the general intellect. They who dream by day are cognizant of many things which escape those who dream only by night. In their grave visions, they obtain glimpses of eternity and thrill in awakening to find that they have been upon the verge of the great secret. In snatches, they learn something of the wisdom which is of good, and more of the mere knowledge which is of evil. They penetrate, however, rudderless or compassless or compassless, into the vast ocean of the light ineffable, and again, like the adventures of the Nubian geographer, of aggressant mare tenebram, quid in eo est exploratori, We will say then that I am mad. I grant at least that there are two distinct conditions of my mental existence. The condition of a lucid reason, not to be disputed, and belonging the memory of events forming the first epoch of my life, and a condition of shadow and doubt, appertaining to the present and to the recollection of what constitutes the second great era of my being. Therefore, what shall I tell of the earlier period? Believe, and to what I may relate of the later time, give only such credits as may seem due, or doubt it altogether, or if doubt ye cannot, then play unto its riddle the Oedipus. She whom I loved in youth, and of whom I now pen calmly and distinctly these remembrances, was the sole daughter of the only sister of my mother long departed. Elanora was the name of my cousin when we had always dwelt together beneath a tropical sun in this valley of the many-colored grass. No unguided footstep ever came upon that vale, for it lay away up among a range of giant hills that hung beetling round about it, shutting out the sunlight from its sweetest recesses. No path was trodden in its vicinity, and to reach our happy home, there was need of putting back with force the foliage of many thousands of forest trees and of crushing to death the glories of many millions of fragrant flowers. Thus it was that we lived all alone, knowing nothing of the world without the valley, I and my cousin and her mother. From the dim regions beyond the mountains at the upper end of our encircled domain there crept out an narrow and deep river, brighter than all save the eyes of Elanora, and when winding stealthily about in mazy courses, it passed away at length through a shadowy gorge among the hills still dimmer than those whence it had issued. We called it the River of Silence, for there seemed to be a hushing influence in its flow. No murmur arose from its bed, and so gently it wandered along that the pearly pebbles upon which we loved to gaze far down within its bosom stirred not at all, but lay in a motionless content, each in its own old station, shining on gloriously forever. The margin of the river and of the many dazzling rivulets that glided through devious ways into the channel, as well as the spaces that extended from the margins away down into the depths of the streams until they reached the bed of pebbles at the bottom. These spots, not less than the whole surface of the valley from the river to the mountains that girdled it in, were carpeted all by a soft green grass, thick, short, perfectly even, and vanilla perfumed, but so besprinkled throughout with the yellow buttercup, the white daisy, the purple violet, and the ruby red asphodel. Then its exceedingly beauty spoke to our hearts in loud tones of the love and the glory of God. And here and there in groves about this grass, like wilderness of dreams, sprang up fantastic trees whose tall, slender stems stood not upright, but slanted gracefully toward the light that peered at noonday into the center of the valley. Their mark was speckled with the vivid alternate splendor of ebony and silver, and was smoother than all save the cheeks of Eleanora, so that but for the brilliant green of the huge leaves that spread from their summits in long, tremulous lines, dallying with the zephyrs, one might have fancied them giant serpents of Syria doing homage to their sovereign and the sun. Hand in hand about this valley for 15 years roamed I with Eleanora before love entered within our hearts. It was one evening at the close of the third lustrum of her life and of the fourth of my own that we sat, locked in each other's embrace beneath the serpent like trees, looked down within the water of the river of silence at our images therein. We spoke no words during the rest of that sweet day, and our words, even upon the morrow, were tremulous and few. We had drawn the god Eros from that wave, and now we felt that he had enkindled within us the fiery souls of our forefathers. The passions which had for centuries distinguished our race came thronging with the fancies for which they had been equally noted, and together breathed a delirious bliss over the valley of the many-colored grass. A change fell upon all things, strange, brilliant flowers, star-shaped, burn out upon the trees where no flowers had been known before. The tints of the green carpet deepened, and when one by one the white daisies shrank away, there sprang up in place of them 10 by 10 of the ruby red asphodel, and life arose in our paths. For the tall flamingo, hitherto unseen, with all happy glowing birds, flaunted his scarlet plumage before us. The golden and silver fish haunted the river, out of the bosom of which issued little by little a murmur that swelled at length into a lulling melody more divine than that of the harp of Aulus, sweeter than all save the voice of Elanora. And now, too, a voluminous cloud which we had long watched in the region of Hesper floated out thence, all gorgeous in crimson and gold, and settling in peace above us, sank day by day lower and lower until its edges rested upon the tops of the mountains, turning all their dimness into magnificence, and shutting us up as if forever within a magic prison house of grandeur and glory. The loveliness of Elanora was that of the seraphim, but she was a maiden, artless and innocent as the brief life she had led among the flowers. No guile disguised the fervor of love which animated her heart, and she examined with me its inmost recesses as we walked together in the valley of the many-colored grass, and discoursed of the mighty changes which had lately taken place therein. At length, having spoken one day in tears of the last sad change which must befall humanity, she thenceforward dwelt only upon this one sorrowful thing, interweaving it into all our converse, as in the songs of the bard of Shiraz. The same images are found occurring again and again in every impressive variation of phrase. She had seen that the finger of death was upon her bosom, that, like the ephemeron, she had made perfect in loveliness only to die, but the terrors of the grave to lay her solely in a consideration which she revealed to me one evening at twilight by the banks of the river of silence. She grieved to think that having entombed her in the valley of the many-colored grass, I would quit forever its happy recesses, transferring the love which now is so passionately her own to some maiden of the outer and everyday world. And then and there I drew myself hurriedly at the feet of Eleanora and offered up a vow to herself and to heaven that I would never bind myself in marriage to any daughter of earth, that I would in no manner prove recreant to her dear memory, or to the memory of the devout affection with which she had blessed me. And I called the mighty ruler of the universe to witness the pious solemnity of my vow, and the curse which I invoked of him and of her. A saint and Helurgian, should I prove traitorous to that promise, involved a penalty the exceeding great horror of which will not permit me to make record of it here. And the bright eyes of Eleanor grew brighter and brighter at my words, and she sighed as if a deadly burthen had been taken from her breast, and she now trembled and very bitterly wept, but she made acceptance of the vow. For what was she but a child? And it made easy to her the bed of her death. And she said to me not many days afterwards, tranquilly dying, that because of what I had done for the comfort of her spirit, she would watch over me in that spirit when departed, and if so it were permitted, her return to me visibly in the watches of the night. But if this thing were indeed beyond the power of the souls in paradise, that she would at least give me frequent indications of her presence, sighing upon me in the evening winds, or filling the air, which I breathed with perfume from the censers of the angels. And with these words upon her lips, she yielded up her innocent life, putting an end to the first epoch of my own. Thus far I have faithfully said, but as I pass the barrier in time's path formed by the death of my beloved and proceed with the second era of my existence, I feel that a shadow gathers gathers over my brain, and I mistrust the perfect sanity of the record. But let me on. Years drag themselves along heavily, and I still dwelled within the valley of the many-colored grass. But a second change had come upon all things. The star-shaped flowers shrank into the stems of the trees and appeared no more. The tints of the green carpet faded, and one by one the ruby red asphodels withered away, and there sprang up in place of them, 10 by 10, dark eye like violets that wreathed uneasily and were ever encumbered with dew. And life departed from our paths, for the tall flamingo flaunted no longer his scarlet plumage before us, but flew sadly from the vale into the hills with all the happy glowing birds that had arrived in his company. And the golden and silver fish swam down through the gorge at the lower end of our domain, and bedecked the sweet river never again. And the lulling melody that had been softer than the wind harp of Elus and more divine than all save the voice of Elanora. It died little by little away in murmurs growing lower and lower until the stream returned at length utterly into the solemnity of its original silence. And then, lastly, the voluminous cloud uprose and, abandoning the tops of the mountains to the dimness of old, fell back into the regions of Hesper, and took away all its manifold golden and gorgeous glories from the valley of the many-colored grass. Yet the promises of Elanora were not forgotten, for I heard the sounds of the swinging of the censers of the angels, and streams of a holy perfume floated ever and ever about the valley. And at lone hours, when my heart beat heavily, the winds that bathed my brow came into me laden with soft sighs, and indistinct murmurs filled often the night air. And once, oh, but once only, I was awakened from a slumber like the slumber of death by the pressing of spiritual lips upon my own. But the void within my heart refused even thus to be filled. I longed for the love which had before been filled it to overflowing. At length the valley pained me through its memories of Eleonora, and I left it forever for the vanities and the turbulent triumphs of the world. I found myself within a strange city, where all things might have served to blot from recollection the sweet dreams I had dreamed so long in the valley of the many-colored grass. The pomps and pageantries of a stately court, and the mad clangor of arms, and the radiant loveliness of women bewildered and intoxicated my brain. But as yet my soul had proved true to its vows, and the indications of the presence of Eleonora were still given me in the silent hours of the night. Suddenly these manifestations they ceased, and the world grew dark before mine eyes, and I stood aghast at the burning thoughts which possessed, at the terrible temptations which beset me. For there came from some far, far distant, sad, unknown land into the happy court of the king I served, a maiden to whose beauty my whole recent heart yielded at once, at whose footstool I bowed down without a struggle, in the most ardent, in the most abject worship of love. What indeed was my passion for the young girl of the valley in comparison with the fervor and the delirium and the spirit lifting ecstasy of adoration with which I poured my whole soul in tears at the feet of the ethereal Ermengarde? O bright was the seraph Ermengarde, and in that knowledge I had room for none other. O divine was the angel Ermengarde, 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 Ermengarde. And as I looked down into the depths of her memorial eyes, I thought only of them and of her. I wedded nor dreaded the curse I had invoked, and its bitterness was not visited upon me. And once, but once again, in the silence of the night, there came through my lattice the soft sighs which had forsaken me, and they modeled themselves in the familiar and sweet voice, saying, Sleep in peace, for the spirit of love reigneth and ruleth, and in taking to thy passionate heart her who is Ermengarde, thou art absolved, for reasons which shall be made known to thee in heaven, of thy vows unto Elanora. It's pretty good. Today it seems, which is what we do a little bit every day, but something that's really kind of catching to my mind in this very particular moment is we jump into wisdom, we jump into philosophy, we jump into stretching the limits of our mind. Then we come back and we interact. We have something to talk about. Not just something to talk about, but a circumstance to ensure that nobody's pulling us off of our path, to ensure that whatever energy is coming directed at us, that okay, we're going to acknowledge this energy, though in our acknowledgement there's transmutation happening, transformation happening, and we are going to send energy back. We're receiving the energy, a negative energy, let's be specific, a negative energy from certain comments. We reformulate that and we send out a positive message, a positive call. And then we jump right back into philosophy, stretching the limits of our mind, seeing two big opposite constructs, maybe more, slamming them all together, and then coming back and interacting. This type of daily working in solitude really allows for when one walks out into the physical world, it allows for proper engagement with an individual. It allows to properly hear what someone has to say, determine whether it's valued or not, and in our response, it can be very uplifting. And we're not actually entangling with that energy. We acknowledged it. We received something that was not too healthy. We took care of it and gave it back with some luster. And then we kept walking our own way because we're able to put our mind right back into divinity, right back into spirituality, directly right back into a meditative trance state in which we are connecting, connecting with all of our chi, with all of our energy centers, and staying in that divine connection that allows us to be in the world but not of the world. See, we can move within the network, within the system, and we can cause positive transformations through positive energy exchanges and keep on walking without worrying about what happened in the past, because we know we did the correct thing at every moment. Follow your heart. Anyways, this one caught my attention. It's called Eureka, a prose poem by Edgar Allan Poe. With very profound respect, this work is dedicated to Alexander von Humboldt. The preface reads as follows: To the few who love me and whom I love, to those who feel rather than to those who think, to the dreamers and to those who put faith in dreams as in only realities, I offer this book of truths, not in its character of truth teller, but for the beauty that abounds in its truth, consulting it true. To these I present the composition as an art product alone, let us say as a romance, or, if I be not urging too lofty a claim, as a poem. What I here propound is true, therefore it cannot die, or if by any means it be now trodden down so that it die, it will rise again to the life everlasting. Nevertheless, it is as a poem only that I wish this work to be judged after I am dead. EAP, Edgar Allan Poe. Eureka, an essay on material and spiritual universe. It is with humility, really unassumed, it is with a sentiment even of awe that I pen the opening sentence of this work. For of all conceivable subjects, I approach the reader with the most solemn, the most comprehensive, the most difficult, the most august. What terms shall I find sufficiently simple in their sublimity, sufficiently sublime in their simplicity, for the mere enunciation of my theme? I design to speak of the physical, metaphysical, and mathematical, of the material and spiritual universe, of its essence, its origin, its creation, its present condition, and its destiny. I shall be so rash, moreover, as to challenge the conclusions and thus, in effect, to question the sagacity of many of the greatest and most justly reverenced of men. In the beginning, let me as distinctly as possible announce not the theorem which I hope to demonstrate, for whatever the mathematicians may assert there is in this world, at least no such thing as demonstration, but the ruling idea which throughout this volume I shall be continually endeavoring to suggest. My general proposition then is this: in the original unity of the first thing lies the secondary cause of all things, with the germ of their inevitable annihilation. In illustration of this idea, I propose to take such a survey of the universe that the mind may be able to really receive and perceive an individual impression. He who from the top of Etna casts his eyes leisurely around is affected chiefly by the extent and diversity of the scene. Only by a rapid whirling of his heel could he hope to comprehend the panorama in the sublimity of its oneness. But as on the summit of Etna no man has thought of whirling on his heels, so no man has ever taken into his brain the full uniqueness of this prospect. And so, again, whatever considerations lie involved in the uniqueness have as yet no practical existence for mankind. I do not know a treatise in which a survey of the universe, using the word in its most comprehensive and only legitimate acceptation, is taken at all. And it may be as well here to mention that the term universe, wherever employed without qualification in this essay, I mean to designate the utmost conceivable expanse of space, with all things, spiritual and material, that can be imagined to exist within the compass of that expanse. In speaking of what is ordinarily implied by the expression universe, I shall take a phrase of limitation: the universe of stars. Why this distinction is considered necessary will be seen in the sequel. But even of treaties on the really limited, although always assumed as the unlimited, universe of stars, I know none of which a survey even of this limited universe is so taken as to warrant deductions from its individuality. The nearest approach to such a work is made in the Cosmos of Alexander von Humboldt. He presents the subject, however, not in its individuality, but in its generality. His theme in its last result is the law of each portion of merely physical universe, as this law is related to the laws of every other portion of this merely physical universe. His design is simply synoretical in a word. He discusses the universality of material relation and discloses to the eye of philosophy whatever inferences have hitherto lain hidden behind the universality. Might, however, admirable be the successness with which he has treated each particular point of his topic. The mere multiplicity of these points occasions necessarily an amount of detail, and thus an involution of idea which prelude all individuality of impression. It seems to me that in aiming at this latter effect and through it at the consequences, the conclusions, the suggestions, the speculations, or if nothing better offer itself, the more guesses which may result from it, we require something like a mental gyration on the heel. We need so rapid a revolution of all things about the central point of sight that while the minutiae vanish altogether, even the more conspicuous objects become blended into one. Among the vanishing minutiae in a survey of this kind would be all exclusively terrestrial matters. The earth would be considered in its planetary relations alone. A man in this view becomes mankind a member of the cosmical family of intelligences. And now, before proceeding to our subject proper, let me beg the reader's attention to an extract or two from a somewhat remarkable letter, which appears to have been found corked in a bottle and floating on the Mare Tenebrum, an ocean well described by the Nubian geographer Ptolemy Hephaestion, but little frequented in modern days unless by the transcendentalists and some other divers for crotchets. The date of this letter, I confess, surprises me even more particularly than its contents, for it seems to have been written in the year 2848. As for the passages I am about to transcribe, they, I fancy, will speak for themselves. The year 2848. This one's pretty interesting. Do you know, my dear friend, says the writer, addressing no doubt a contemporary, do you know that it is scarcely more than 800 or 900 years ago since the metaphysicians first consented to relieve the people of the singular fancy that there exist but two practicable roads to truth? Believe it if you can. It appears, however, that long ago in the night of time there lived a Turkish philosopher called Ares and surnamed Tottle. Here, possibly the letter writer means Aristotle. The best names are wretchedly corrupted in 2 or 3 thousand years. The fame of this great man deepened mainly upon his demonstration that sneezing is a natural provision by means of which over profound thinkers are enabled to expel superfluous ideas through the nose. But he obtained a scarcely less valuable celebrity as the founder, or at all events as the principal propagator, of what was termed the deductive or a priori philosophy. He started with what he maintained to be axioms or self evident truths, and now well understood fact that no truths are self evident really does not make in the slightest degree against his speculations. It was sufficient for his purpose that the truths in question were evident at all. From axioms he proceeded logically to results. His most illustrious disciples were one, Tusclid, a geometrician, meaning lucid, and one, Kant, a Dutchman, the originator of that species of transcendentalism which, with the change merely of a C for a K, now bears his peculiar name. Well, Eddie's title flourished supreme until the advent of one Hogg, surnamed the Ettrick Shepherd, who preached an entirely different system, which he called the posteriori or inductive. His plan referred altogether to sensation. He proceeded by observing, analyzing, and classifying facts insatiate nature, as they were somewhat effectively called, and arranging them into general laws. In a word, while the mode of Aries rested in noumena, that of Hogg depended on phenomena. And so great was the admiration excited by this latter system that at its first introduction Aries fell into general disrepute. Finally, however, he recovered ground and was permitted to divide the empire of philosophy with his more modern rival, the savants, contenting themselves with proscribing all other competitors, past, present, and to come, putting an end to all controversy on the topic by the promulgation of immediate law to the effect that the Astolian and Baconian roads are and of right ought to be the sole possible avenues of knowledge. Baconian, you must know, my dear friend, adds the letter writer at this point, was an adjective invented as equivalent to Holgian and at the same time were more dignified and euphonious. Now I do assure you most positively, proceeds the episode, that I represent these matters fairly, and you can easily understand how restrictions so absurd on their very face must be operated in those days to retard the progress of true science, which makes its most important advances, as well as all history will show by seemingly intuitive leaps. These ancient ideas confined investigation to crawling, and I need not suggest to you that crawling among varieties of locomotion is a very capital thing of its kind. But because of the turtleways is sure of foot, for this reason most we can clip the wings of the eagles. For many centuries, so great was the infatuation about Hogg, especially that a virtual stop was put to all thinking, properly so called. No man dared utter a truth for which he felt himself indebted to his soul alone. It mattered not whether the truth was even demonstrably such, for the dogmatizing philosophers of that epoch regarded only the road by which it professed to have been attained. The end with them was a point of no moment whatever. The means, they vociferated. Let us look at the means. And if on the scrutiny of the means it was found to come neither under the category hog nor under the category Aries, which means ram, why then the savants went no further, but calling the thinker a fool and branding him a theorist would never, henceforward, have anything to do either with him or with his truths. Now, my dear friend, it cannot be maintained that by the crawling system exclusively adopted, men would arrive at the maximum amount of truth, even in any long series of ages. For the repression of imagination was an evil not to be counterbalanced, even by absolute certainty in the snail processes. But their certainty was very far from absolute. The error of our progenitors was quite analogous with that of the Whiskar of who fancies he must necessarily see an object the more distinctly, the more closely he holds it to his eyes. They blinded themselves too with the impalpable, titillating Scotch snuff of detail, and thus the boasted facts of the Hoggites were by no means always facts, a point of little importance, but for the assumption that they always were. The vital taint, however, in Baconianism is the most lamentable fount of error, lay in its tendency to throw power and consideration into the lands of merely perceptive men, of most intertrichothic minnows, the microscopial savants, the diggers and peddlers of minute facts, for the most part in physical science, facts of all which they retailed at the same price upon the highway, their value depending, it was supposed, simply upon the fact of their fact, without reference to their applicability or inapplicability in the development of those ultimate and only legitimate facts called law. Then the persons, the letter goes on to say, then the persons thus suddenly elevated by the Hoggian philosophy into a station for which they were unfitted, thus transferred from the sculleries into the parlors of science, from its pantries into its pulpits. Then these individuals, a more intolerable set of bigots and tyrants, never existed on the face of the earth. Their creed, their text, and their sermon were alike the one word fact, but for the most part, even of this one word, they they knew not even the meaning. On those who ventured to disturb their facts with a view of putting them in order and to use, the disciples of Hogg had no mercy whatever. All attempts at generalization were met at once by the words theoretical, theory, theorist. All thought, to be brief, was very properly resented as a personal affront to themselves, cultivating the natural sciences to the exclusion of metaphysics, the mathematics, and logic. Many of these Bacon engendered philosophers, one idea, one sided, and lame of a leg, were more wretchedly helpless, more miserably ignorant in view of all the comprehensible objects of knowledge than the veriest unlettered hind who proves that he knows something at least, in admitting that he knows absolutely nothing. Nor had our forefathers any better right to talk about certainty when pursuing in blind confidence the priori path of axioms or of the ram and innumerable points as this path was scarcely as straight as a ram's horn. The simple truth is that the Aristotelians erected their castles upon a basis far less reliable than air, for no such things as axioms ever existed or can possibly exist at all. This they must have been very blind indeed not to see, or at least to suspect, for even in their own day many of their long admitted axioms had been abandoned ex nihilo nihil fit, for example, and a thing cannot act where it is not, and there cannot be antipodes, and darkness cannot proceed from light. These are numerous, similar propositions formally accepted without hesitation as axioms or undeniable truths, or even at the period of which I speak, seem to be altogether untenable. How absurd in these people, then, to persist in relying upon a basis as immutable, whose immutability had become so repeatedly manifest. But even through evidence afforded by themselves against themselves, it is easy to convict these a priori reasoners of the grossest unreason, it is easy to show the futility, the impalpability of their axioms in general. I have now, lying before me, it will be observed that we will proceed with the letter. I have now lying before me a book printed about 1,000 years ago. Pundit assures me that it is decidedly the cleverest ancient work on its topic, which is logic. The author, who was much esteemed in his day, was one Miller or Mill, and we find it recorded of him as a point of some importance that he rode a mill horse, whom he called Jeremy Bentham. But let us glance at the volume itself. Ah, ability or inability to conceive, says Mr. Mill, very properly is no case to be received as a criterion of axiomatic truth. Now that this is a palpable truism, no one in his senses will deny. Not to admit the proposition is to insinuate a charge of variability in truth itself, whose very title is a synonym of the steadfast. If ability to conceive be taken as a criterion of truth, then a truth to David Hume would very seldom be a truth to Joe, and 99 hundredths of what is undeniable in heaven would be demonstrably falsely upon earth. The proposition of Mr. Mill then is sustained. I will not grant it to be an axiom, and this merely because I am showing that no axioms exist, but with a distinction which could not have been cavilled at even by Mr. Mill himself. I'm ready to grant that if an axiom there be, then the proposition of which we speak has the fullest right to be considered an axiom, that no more absolute axiom is, and consequently that any subsequent proposition which shall conflict with this one primarily advanced must be either a falsity in itself, that is to say, no axiom, or if admitted axiomatic, must at once neutralize both itself and its predecessor. And now, by the logic of their own propounder, let us proceed to test any one of the axioms propounded. Let us give Mr. Mill the fairest of play. We will bring the point to no ordinary use. We will select for investigation no commonplace axiom, no axiom of ordinary of what, and not the less prosperously, because only implicitly he terms his secondary class, as if a positive truth by definition could be either more or less positively a truth. We will select, I say, no axiom of an unquestionability so questionable as is to be found in usage. We will not talk, for example, about such propositions as that two straight lines cannot enclose a space, or that the whole is greater than any one of its parts. We will afford the logician every advantage. We will come at once to a proposition which we afford the logician every advantage, and that proposition which he regards as the acme of the unquestionable, as the quintessence of axiomatic undeniability. Now, here it is: contradictions cannot both be true, that is, cannot coexist in nature. Here, Mr. Mill means, for instance, and I give the most forcible instance conceivable, that a tree must be either a tree or not a tree, that it cannot be at the same time a tree and not a tree, all which is quite reasonable for itself and will answer remarkably well as an axiom, until we bring it into correlation with an axiom insisted upon a few pages before, in other words which I have previously employed, until we test it by the logic of its own propounder. A tree, Mr. Mill asserts, must be either a tree or not a tree. Very well, and now let me ask him why. To this little query there is but one response. I defy any man living to invent a second. The sole answer is this: because we find it impossible to conceive that a tree can be anything else than a tree or not a tree. This, I repeat, is Mr. Mill's sole answer. He will not pretend to suggest another, and yet by his own showing, his answer is clearly no answer at all, for he has not already required us to admit, as an axiom, the ability or inability to conceive is in no case to be taken as a criterion of axiomatic truth. Thus, all absolutely, his argumentation is at sea without a rudder. Let it not be urged that an exception from the general rule is to be made. In cases where the impossibility to conceive is so peculiarly great as when we are called upon to conceive a tree, both a tree and not a tree, let no attempt, I say, be made at urging this stoicism, for in the first place, there are no degrees of impossibility, and thus no one impossible conception can be more peculiarly impossible than another impossible conception. In the second place, Mr. Mill himself, no doubt, after thorough deliberation, has most distinctly and most rationally excluded all opportunity for exception by the emphasis of his proposition that in no case is ability or inability to conceive to be taken as a criterion of axiomatic truth. In the third place, even were exceptions admissible at all, it remains to be shown how any exception is admissible here, that a tree can both uh, tree and not a tree is an idea which the angels or the devils may entertain, and which no doubt many an earthly bedlamite or transcendentalist does. Now I do not quarrel with with these ancients, continues the letter writer, so much on account of the transparent frivolity of their logic, which to be plain was baseless, worthless, and fantastic altogether, as on account of their pompous and infatuate proscription of all other roads to truth than the narrow and crooked paths, the one of creeping and the other of crawling, to which in their ignorant perversity they have dared to confine the soul which loves nothing so well as to soar in those regions of illimitable intuition which are utterly incognizant of path. By and by, my dear friend, is it not an evidence of the mental slavery entailed upon those bigoted people of their hogs and rams, that in spite of the eternal prating of their savants about roads to truth, none of them fell, even by accident, into what we now so distinctly perceive to be the broadest, the straightest, the most available of all mere roads, the great thoroughfare, the majestic highway of the consistent? Is it not wonderful that they should have failed to deduce from the works of God the vitally momentous consideration that a perfect consistency can be nothing but an absolute truth? How plain, how rapid our progress since the late announcement of the proposition. By its means, investigation has been taken out of the hands of the ground moles and given as a duty rather than as a task. So the truth to the only true thinkers, to the generally educated men of art and imagination, these latter, our Keplers, our Laplaces, speculate, theorize. These are the terms. Can you not fancy the shout of scorn with which they would be received by our progenitors, were it impossible for them to be looking over my shoulders as I write? The Keplers, I repeat, speculate, theorize, and their theories are merely corrected, reduced, sifted, cleared little by little of their chaff of inconsistency until at length there stands apparent and unencumbered consistency, a consistency which the most stolid admit, because it is a consistency, to be an absolute and unquestionable truth. I have often thought, my friend, that it must have puzzled these dogmaticians of 1,000 years ago to determine even by which of their two boasted roads it is that the cryptographist attains the solution of more complicated ciphers, or by which of them Champollion guided mankind to those important and innumerable truths which for so many centuries have lain entombed amid the phonetical hieroglyphics of Egypt. In especial, it would not have given these bigots some trouble to determine by which their two roads was reached the most momentous and sublime of their truths, the truth, the fact of gravitation. Newton deduced it from the laws of Kepler. Kepler admitted that these laws, he guessed, these laws whose investigation disclosed to the greatest of British astronomers that principle, the basis of all existing physical principle, in going behind which we enter at once the nebulous kingdom of metaphysics. Yes, these vital laws Kepler guessed, that is to say, he imagined them. Had he been asked to point out either the deductive or inductive route by which he attained them, his reply might have been, I know nothing about routes, but I do know the machinery of the universe. Here it is. I grasped it with my soul. I reached it through mere dint of intuition. Alas, poor ignorant old man, could not any metaphysician have told him that what he called intuition was but the conviction resulting from the deductions or the inductions of which the process were so shadowy as to have escaped his consciousness, eluded his reason, or bidden defiance to his capacity of expression? How great a pity it is that some moral philosopher had not enlightened him about all this! How it would have comforted him on his deathbed to know that instead of having gone intuitively and thus unbecomingly, he had in fact proceeded decorously and legitimately, that is to say, hoggishly, or at least ramishly, into the vast hills where lay gleaming untended and hitherto untouched by mortal hand, unseen by mortal eye, and imperishable and priceless secrets of the universe. Yes, Kepler, essentially a theorist, but this title, now of so much sanctity, was in those ancient days a designation of supreme contempt. It is only now that men begin to appreciate that divine old man, to sympathize with the prophetical and poetical rapacity of his ever memorable words. For my part, continues the unknown correspondent, I grow with the sacred fire when I even think of them, and feel that I shall never grow weary of their repetition. In concluding this letter, let me have the real pleasure of transcribing them once again. I care not whether my work be read now or by posterity. I can afford to wait a century for readers when God Himself has waited 6,000 years for an observer. I triumph. I have stolen the golden secret of the Egyptians. I will indulge my sacred fury. Here end my quotations from this very unaccountable and perhaps somewhat impertinent episode, and perhaps it would be folly to comment in any respects upon the chimerical, not to say revolutionary, fancies of the writer, whoever he is, fancies so radically at war with the well considered and well settled opinions of this age. Let us proceed then to our legitimate thesis, the universe. Well, we woke up some neighbors. I hope that didn't shock you too much. I'll get it, we'll get it. I'm enjoying what we're reading. I don't know about you. I'm sure you are. There we go. Yes. Well, let's balance that sound out, eh? Let's turn to the gong. Boom, I like that. This thesis admits a choice between two modes of discussion. We may ascend or descend, beginning at our own point of view. At the Earth on which we stand, we may pass to the other planets of our system, thence to the Sun, thence to our system considered collectively, and thence through other systems, indefinitely outwards or commencing on high, at some point as definite as we can make it or conceive it. We may come down to the habitation of man, usually, that is to say, an ordinary essay on astronomy. The first of these two modes is, with certain reservation, adopted. For this, the obvious reason, the astronomical facts, merely as principles, being the object, that object is being fulfilled and stepping from the unknown because proximate gradually onward to the object where all certitude becomes lost in the remote. For my present purpose, however, that of enabling the mind to take in as if from afar and at one glance a distant conception of the individual universe, it is clear that a descent too small from great to the outskirts from the center to the end from the beginning would be the preferable course. But for the difficulty, if not impossibility, of presenting in this course to the unastronomical a picture at all comprehensible in regard to such considerations are as involved in quantity, that is to say, in number, magnitude, and distance. Now, distances intelligibly at all points is a primary feature in my general design. On important topics, it is better to be a good deal prolix than even a very little obscure. But obtruseness is a quality appertaining to no subject per se, all the like, and infacility of comprehension to him who approaches them by properly graduated steps is merely because of a stepping stone here and there is heedlessly left unsupplied in our road to the differential calculus. That this latter is not altogether as simple as things as a sonnet by Mr. Solemn Cecil. By way of admitting, then, no chance for misapprehension, I think it advisable to proceed as if even the more obvious facts of astronomy were unknown to the reader. In combining the two modes of discussion of which I have referred, I propose to avail myself of advantages peculiar to each, and very especially of the iteration and detail which will be unavoidable as a consequence of the plan. Commencing with a descent, I shall reserve for a return upwards those indispensable considerations of quantity to which allusion has already been made. Let us begin then again at once with the merest of words, infinity. This, like God, spirit, and some other expressions of which the equivalents exist in all languages, is by no means the expression of an idea, but of an effort at one. It stands for the possible attempt to add an impossible conception. Man needed a term by which to point out the direction of this effort, the cloud behind which lay forever invisible the object of his attempt. A word, in fine, was demanded by means of which one human being might put himself in relation at once with another human being and with a certain tendency of the human intellect. Of this demand arose the word infinity, which is thus the representation but of the thought of a thought. As regards that infinity, now consider the infinity of space. We often hear it said that its idea is admitted by the mind, is acquiesced and entertained on account of the greater difficulty in which attends the conception of a limit. But this is merely one of those phases in which even profound thinkers, time of mind, have occasionally taken pleasure in deceiving themselves. The quibble lies concealed in the word difficulty. The mind, we are told, entertains the idea of limitless, through the greater difficulty which it finds in entertaining that of limited space. Now, were the proposition but fairly put, its absurdity would become transparent at once. Clearly, there is no mere difficulty in the case. The assertion intended, if presented according to its intention and without sophistry, would run thus: the mind admits the idea of limitless through the greater impossibility of entertaining that of limited space. It must be immediately seen that this is not a question of two statements between whose respective credibilities, or of two arguments between whose respective validities the reason is called upon to decide. It is a matter of two conceptions directly conflicting and each avowedly impossible, one of which the intellect is supposed to be capable of entertaining. On account of the greater impossibility of entertaining the other, the choice is not made between two difficulties. It is mere fancy to be made between two impossibilities. Now, the former, there are degrees, but of the latter, none. Just as our impertinent letter writer has already suggested, a task may be more or less difficult, but it is either possible or not possible. There are no gradations. I might be more difficult to overthrow the Andes than an anthill, but it can be no more possible to annihilate the matter of one than the matter of the other. A man may jump 10 feet with less difficulty than he can jump 20, but the impossibility of his leaping to the moon is not a whit less than that of his leaping to the dog star. Since all this undeniable, since the choice of the mind is to be made between impossibilities of conception, since one impossibility cannot be the greater than another, and since thus one cannot be preferred to another, the philosophers who not only maintain on the grounds mentioned man's idea of infinity, but on account of such suppositions of idea, infinity itself, are plainly engaged in demonstrating one impossible thing to be possible by showing how it is that some one thing it is impossible to. This, it will be said, is nonsense, and perhaps it is. I think it very capital nonsense, but forego all claim to it as nonsense of mine. The readiest mode, however, of displaying the fallacy of the philosophical argument on this question is by simply adverting to a fact respecting it which has been hitherto quite overlooked. The fact that the argument alluded to both proves and disproves its own proposition. The mind is impelled, say the theologians and others, to admit a first cause by the superior difficulty it experiences in convincing cause beyond cause without end. The quibble is before lies in the word difficulty, but there what is it employed to sustain? A first cause. And what is a first cause? An ultimate termination of causes. And what is an ultimate termination of causes? Finity, the finite. Thus, the one quibble in two processes. By God knows how many philosophers is made to support now finity and now infinity. Could it not be brought to support something besides? As for the quibbles, they at least are insupportable. But to dismiss them, what they prove in the one case is the identical nothing which they demonstrate in the other. Of course, no one will suppose that I here contend for the absolute impossibility of that which we attempt to convey in the word infinity. My purpose is but to show the folly of endeavoring to prove infinity itself, or even our conception of it, by such blundering ratiocination as that which is ordinarily employed. Nevertheless, as an individual, I may be permitted to say that I cannot conceive infinity, and am conceived that no human being can. A mind not thoroughly self conscious, not accustomed to the introspective analysis of its own operations, will, it is true, often deceive itself by supposing that it has entertained the conception of which we speak. In the effort to entertain, we proceed step beyond step, we fancy point beyond point, and so long as we continue the effort, it may be said, in fact, that we are tending to the formation of the idea designed, while the strength of the impression that we actually form or have formed it is in the ratio of the period during which we keep up the mental endeavor. But it is an act of discontinuing the endeavor, of fulfilling the idea, or of putting the finishing stroke to the conception, that we overthrow at once the whole fabric of our fancy by resting upon some one ultimate and therefore definite point. This fact, however, we fail to perceive on account of the absolute coincidence in time between the settling down upon the ultimate point and the act of cessation of thinking. In attempting, on the other hand, to frame the idea of a limited space, we merely converse the processes which involve the impossibility. We believe in God. We may or may not believe infinite or infinite space. But our belief in such cases is more properly designated as faith, and is a matter quite distinct from that belief proper, from that intellectual belief, which presupposes the mental conception. The fact is that upon the inundation, intonation of any one of that class of terms of which infinity belongs, the class represents thoughts of thought. He who has the right to say that he thinks at all feels himself called upon not to entertain a conception, but simply to direct his mental vision towards some given point in the intellectual firmament, where lies a nebula never to be resolved. To solve it, indeed, he makes no effort, for with a rapid instinct he comprehends not only the impossibility, but as regards all human purposes, the inessentiality of its solution. He perceives that a deity has not designed it to be solved. He sees at once that it lies out of the brain of man, and even now, and even how, if not exactly why, it lies out of it. There are people, I am aware, who, buying themselves in attempts at the unattainable, acquire very easily, by dint of the jargon they emit, among those thinkers that they think with whom darkness and depth are synonymous, a kind of cuttlefish reputation for profundity, but the finest quality of thought is its self-cognizance, and with some little equivocation, it may be said that no fog of the mind can well be greater than that which, extending to the very boundaries of the mental domain, shuts out even these boundaries themselves from comprehension. It will now be understood that in using the phrase infinity of space, I make no call upon the reader to entertain the impossible conception of an absolute infinity. I refer simply to the utmost conceivable expanse of space, shadowy and fluctuating domain, now shrinking, now swelling in accordance with the vacillating energies of the imagination. Hitherto, the universe of stars has always been considered as coincident with the universe proper. As I have defined it in the commencement of the discourse, it has been always either directly or indirectly assumed, at least since the dawn of intelligible astronomy, that were it possible for us to attain any given point in space, we should still find on all sides of us an interminable succession of stars. This was the untenable idea of Pascal when making perhaps the most successful attempt ever made at paraphrasing the conception of which we struggle in the word universe. It is a sphere, he says, of which the center is everywhere, the circumference nowhere. But although his intended definition is, in fact, no definition of the universe of stars, we may accept it with some mental reservation as a definition of the universe proper. That is to say, of the universe of space. This latter, then, let us regard as a sphere of which the center is everywhere, the circumference nowhere. In fact, while we find it impossible to fancy an end to space, we have no difficulty in picturing to ourselves any one of an infinity of beings. As our starting point, then, let us adopt the Godhead. Of this Godhead in itself, he alone is not an imbecile. He alone is not impious who propounds nothing. Nos ne connaissions rien, says the Baron de Beffeld. Nos ne connaissions rien de la nature or de l'essence de Dieu. Pour savoir ce qu'il est-il pour être dormir. We know absolutely nothing of the nature or essence of God. In order to comprehend what he is, we should have to be God ourselves. We should have to be God ourselves? With a phrase so startling as this, yet ringing in my ears, I nevertheless venture to demand if this, our present ignorance of the deity, is an ignorance to which the soul is everlastingly condemned. By him, however, now at least the incomprehensible by him, assuming him as spirit, that is to say, as not matter, a distinction which for all intelligible purposes will stand well instead of a definition. By him, then, existing as spirit, let us content ourselves tonight with supposing to have been created or made out of nothing by dint of his volition at some point of space we will take as a center, at some point into which we do not pretend to inquire, but all events immensely remote by him, then again, let us suppose to have been created. What? This is a vitally momentous epoch in our considerations. What is it that we are justified, that alone we are justified in supposing to have been primarily and solely created? We have attained a point where only intuition can aid us, but now let me recur to the idea which I have already suggested as that alone which we can properly entertain of intuition, from those inductions or deductions of which the processes are so shadowy as to escape our consciousness, elude our reason, or defy our capacity of expression. With this understanding, I now assert that an intuition altogether irresistible, although inexpressible, forces me to the conclusion that what God originally created, that matter which, by dint of his volition, he first made from his spirit, or from nihility, could have been nothing but matter in its utmost conceivable state. Of what? Of simplicity? This will be found the sole absolute assumption of my discourse. I use the word assumption in its ordinary sense, yet I maintain that even this, my primary proposition, is very, very far indeed from being really a mere assumption. Nothing was ever more certainly, no human conclusion was ever, in fact, more regularly, more rigorously deduced. But alas, the processes lie out of the human analysis, and all events are beyond the utterance of the human tongue. Let us now endeavor to conceive what matter must be when or if, in its absolute extreme of simplicity. Here the reason flies at once to in particularity to a particular, to one a particle of one kind, one character, of one nature, of one size, of one form, a particular therefore without form and void, a particle, particle positively a particle at all points, a particle absolutely unique, individual, undivided, and not indivisible, only because he who created it, by dint of his will, can, by an infinitely less energetic exercise of the same will, as a matter of course, divide it. Oneness, then, is all that I predicate of the originally created matter, but I suppose to show that this oneness is in principle abundantly sufficient to account for the constitution, the existing phenomena, and the plainly inevitable annihilation of at least the material universe. The willing into being, the primordial particle, has completed the act of more properly the conception of creation. We now proceed to the ultimate purpose for which we are to suppose the particle created, that is to say, the ultimate purpose, so far as our considerations yet enable us to see it, the constitution of the universe from it, the particle. This constitution has been affected by the forcing the originally and therefore normally one into the abnormal condition of the many. An action of this character implies reaction. A diffusion from unity under the conditions involves a tendency to return into unity, a tendency ineradicable until satisfied. But on these points I will speak more fully hereafter. The assumption of absolute unity in the primordial particle includes that of infinite divisibility. Let us conceive the particle then to be only, not totally exhausted by diffusion into space. From the one particle as a center, let us suppose it to be irradiated spherically in all directions, to immeasurable but still to definite distances in the previous vacant space. A certain inexpressibly great yet limited number of unimaginably yet not infinitely minute atoms. Now, of these atoms thus diffused or upon diffusion, what conditions are we permitted not to assume but to infer from consideration as well as their source as of the character of the design apparent in their diffusion? Unity being their source, and difference from unity the character of the design manifested in their diffusion, we are warranted in supposing this character to be at least generally preserved throughout the design, and to form a portion of the design itself. That is to say, we shall be warranted in conceiving continual differences at all points from the unity and simplicity of the origin. But for these reasons shall we be justified on imagining the atoms heterogeneous, dissimilar, unequal, and inequidistant? More implicitly, are we to consider no two atoms as their diffusion of the same nature or of the same form or of the same size, and after fulfillment of their diffusion into space, is absolute in equidistance, each from each, to be understood of all of them. In such arrangement, under such conditions, we more easily and immediately comprehend the subsequent most feasible carrying out of completion of any such design as that which I have suggested. The design of variety out of unity, diversity out of sameness, heterogeneity out of homogeneity, complexity out of simplicity, in a word, the utmost possible multiplicity of relation out of the emphatically irrelative one. Undoubtedly, therefore, we should be warranted in assuming all that has been mentioned, but for the reflection first that supererogation is not presumable of any divine act, and secondly, that the object supposed in view appears as feasible when some of the conditions in question are dispensed with. In the beginning, as when all are understood immediately to exist, I mean to say that some are involved in the rest, or so understood immediately to exist, so instantaneously a consequence of them as to make the distinction inappreciable. Difference of size, for example, will at once be brought about through the tendency of one atom to a second, and the preference to a third on account of particular equidistance, which is to be comprehended as particular equidistances between centers of quantity in neighboring atoms of different form, a matter not at all interfering with the generally equatable distribution of the atoms. Difference of kind, too, is easily conceived to be merely a result of differences in size and form, taken more or less conjointly. In fact, since the unity of that particle proper implies absolute homogeneity, we cannot imagine the atoms at their diffusion differing in kind without imagining at the same time a special exercise of the divine will at the emission of each atom for the purpose of effecting in each a change of its essential nature. So fantastic an idea is the less to be indulged as the object proposed is seen to be thoroughly attainable without such minute and elaborate interposition. We perceive, therefore, upon the whole, that it would be supererogatory and consequently unphilosophical to predicate of the atoms in view of their purposes anything more than difference of form at their dispersion, with particular equidistance after all other differences arising at once out of these in the very first processes of mass constitution. We thus establish the universe on a purely geometrical basis. Of course, it is by no means necessary to assume absolute difference, even of form, among the atoms irradiated any more than absolute particular inequidistance of each form from each. We are required to conceive merely that no neighboring atoms are of similar form, no atoms which can ever approximate until their inevitable reunition at the end. Although the immediate and perpetual tendency of the disunited atoms to return to their normal unity is implied, as I have said, in their abnormal diffusion, still it is clear that this tendency will be without consequence a tendency no more until the diffusion energy, in ceasing to be exerted, shall leave it. The tendency free to seek its satisfaction, the divine act, however, being considered as determinate and discontinued on fulfillment of the diffusion, we understand at once a reaction. In other words, a satisfiable tendency of disunited atoms to return into one. But the diffusive energy being withdrawn and the reaction having commenced in furtherance of the ultimate design, that of the utmost possible relation. This design is now in danger of being frustrated in detail by reason of that very tendency to return, which is to effect its accomplishment in general. Multiplicity is the object, but there is nothing to prevent proximate atoms from lapsing at once through the now satisfiable tendency before the fulfillment of any ends proposed in multiplicity into absolute oneness among themselves. There is nothing to impede the aggregation of various unique masses at various points of space. In other words, nothing to interfere with the accumulation of various masses, each absolutely one. For the effectual and thorough completion of the general design, we thus see the necessity for a repulsion of limited capacity, a separate something which, on withdrawal of the diffusive volition, shall at the same time allow the approach and forbid the junction of the atoms, suffering them infinitely to approximate while denying them positive contact. In a word, having the power up to a certain epoch of preventing their coalition, but no ability to interfere with their coalescence in any respect or degree. The repulsion already considered as so peculiarly limited in other regards must be understood. Let me repeat, as having power to prevent absolute coalition only up to a certain epoch, unless we are to conceive that the appetite for unity among the atoms is doomed to be satisfied never, unless we are to conceive that what had a beginning is to have no end, a conception which cannot really be entertained, however much we may talk or dream of entertaining it, we are forced to conclude that the repulsive influence imagined will finally, under pressure of the unitendency collectively applied, but never in no degree until on fulfillment of the divine purpose such collective application shall be naturally made, yield to a force which at the ultimate epoch shall be the superior force precisely to the extent required, and thus permit the universal substance into the inevitable, because original and therefore normal one. The condition here is to be reconciled are difficult indeed. We cannot even comprehend the possibility of their consolation. Nevertheless, conciliation, nevertheless, the apparent impossibility is brilliantly suggestive that the repulsive something actually exists. We see man neither employs nor knows of force sufficient to bring two atoms into contact. This is but the well established proposition of the impenetrability of matter. All experiments proves, all philosophy admits it. The design of the repulsion, the necessity for its existence, I have endeavored to show, but from all attempt at investigating its nature have religiously abstained. This on account of an intuitive conviction that the principle at issue is strictly spiritual, lies in a recess impervious to our present understanding, lies involved in a consideration of what now in our human state is not to be considered, in a consideration of spirit in itself. I feel, in a word, that here the God has interposed, and here only, because here and here only the not demanded the interposition for the God. In fact, while the tendency of the diffused atoms to return into unity will be recognized at once as the principle of the Newtonian gravity, what I have spoken of as a repulsive influence prescribing limits to the satisfaction of the tendency will be understood as which we have been in the practice of designating now as heat, now as magnetism, now as electricity, displaying our ignorance of its awful character in the facilitation of the phraseology with which we endeavor to circumscribe it, calling it merely for the moment electricity. We know that all experimental analysis of electricity has given as an ultimate result the principle or seeming principle heterogeneity only where things differ is electricity apparent, and it is presumable that they never differ where it is not developed, at least, if not apparent. Now, this result is in the fullest keeping that with which I have reached unempirically, the design of the repulsive influence I have maintained to be that of preventing immediate unity among diffused atoms, and these atoms are represented as different each from each. Difference is their character, their essentiality, just as no difference was the essentiality of their course. When we say then that an attempt to bring any two of these atoms together would induce an effort on the part of the repulsive influence to prevent the contact, we may as well use the strictly convertible sentence that an attempt to bring together any two differences will result in a development of electricity. All existing bodies, of course, are composed of these atoms in proximate contact and are therefore to be considered as mere assemblages of more or fewer differences, and the resistance made by the repulsive spirit on bringing together any two such assemblages would be in the ratio of the two sums of the differences in each, an expression which, when reduced, is equivalent to this: the amount of electricity developed on the approximation of two bodies is proportional to the difference between the respective sums of the atoms of which the bodies are composed. That no two bodies are absolutely alike is a simple corollary from all that has been here said. Electricity, therefore, existing always, is developed whenever any bodies but manifested only when bodies of appreciable difference are brought into approximation to electricity. So for the present, continuing to call it, we may not be wrong in referring the various physical appearances of light, heat, and magnetism, but far less shall we be liable to err in attributing to this strictly spiritual principle the more important phenomena of vitality, consciousness, and thoughts. On this topic, however, I need pause here merely to suggest that these phenomena, whether observed generally or in detail, seem to proceed at least in the ratio of the heterogeneous. We're going to take a break right there. One thing the dude was talking about on that oneness, there's how everything goes out. Everything goes out. Everything separates and everything returns to a oneness. And I've read it before. Got it in here somewhere. This one we read, we read often and often enough. It says, we beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady, Ketamet Donket, the Divine Mother, hear and save. O thou queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with a throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, our divine mother, Lady Kemet, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kemet, the divine mother, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, our lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kemetonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Tenement dawn kept are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I the speaking sea, I am the earth and its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, tenement enquête am I, and to my beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crowned. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely mine, are mine. Kenemeton am I, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. I am the grail and I the glory now. I am the flame and fueler of thy breath. I am the star of Hikopatira upon thy brow. I am thy queen, enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Here, Lady Kemet Donket, and receive my prayer. Thee I worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kemet Donket, mistress of the whole land. I was instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom I invited the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. I gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. I am the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. I am the wife and sister of the king Al-Sad. I am she who rises in the dog star. I am she who is called the goddess of women. I am she who separated heaven from earth. I have pointed out their paths to the star. I have invented seamanship. I have brought together men and women. I have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With my brother Al-Saud, I made an end of cannibalism. I have instructed mankind in the mysteries. I have taught reverence of the divine statues. I have established the temple precincts. I have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. I have caused men to love women. I have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. I have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto me and pledge unto me your loyalties as I pledge mine unto you, O Mother Kemet Donket. Great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love is no bounds. Thou art Kemet Donket, the divine mother, the water of life, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit raw that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isar, 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 all said, all said, all said, Kemet Donket, Kemet Donket, Kemet Donket, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umnalum, the Divine Father, the Unknowable One, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. Kebra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, 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 kansu, 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 orsim toki shabu banana shabtrubina, orsim toki shabu banana shabtrubina, orsim toki shabu banana shabtrubina, abra, 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 abra. There's your illusion. It says love, hatred, life, death, all of that return to me. Give me the hate, give me the love, give me the death, give me the life. Everything that was out there, let it return home. What have we been experiencing in the past without blaming any source? As humans, as people, as an individual with feelings naturally, widely, we don't want the negative. We push that stuff away. We only want the good experience. I only want the positive experience. Well, what does that do? That bottlenecks the horrible ending that we're so accustomed to witnessing and going through and experiencing. But what we've read from one philosopher to an ancient invocation was pulling back all of this divided energy into a oneness. That means not pushing away that which we don't like. Why don't we like it? Because it's not comfortable. Okay, life's not comfortable. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was not born and given a certificate that said, "Welcome to Earth. You get a comfortable life." That's. If you want a comfortable life, if you want to be 5 years old, your whole life. You just want a comfortable, steady life, no challenges. You're not going to learn nothing. So by accepting everything, by not challenging it, by accepting it, some things don't belong to us. So it just passes right on through, just like any energy in the existence of everything. That's just going to pass right on through. And everything else we can literally allow to find a home. The singularity of that divinity exists partially in everybody. If the energies are channeled, if the heart is attuned, then God walks because the oneness has put together all the differences. And until an individual has put together all of those differences, then everything they see in life, if it hasn't been something seen or witnessed or viewed before, is going to be there. And they can fight with it or they can accept it. And that's just what I've learned in life. On the spiritual side and on the other side, it takes a lot of energy to put out physical energy. It takes a lot of energy to try to hurt somebody. It takes far less energy when helping somebody. I'd rather help. Anyways. The book name. I'm reading works of Edgar Allan Poe at the moment. It's the complete works, so it has everything of his. Oh man, I know where I am. It's okay. Fix that. Hold on. I'll pull it up. It's like the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. It was a free download I found, and the current one I was reading is entitled Eureka, a prose poem. Let me see if I can pull up that exact name for you here. It was just the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. Thank you, thank you. Steve. Chat for people who haven't been silenced. Hey, just a mention to our moderators. Please be careful and aware. I saw a comment that was deleted, and it actually stated the comment that was deleted was "Thank you very much" and prayer hands. So to the moderators out there, please be careful that you're deleting appropriate messages that are not like suited for the place. Sorry, I hit a couple extra buttons here, so but all that I think is good now. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help, everybody. Moderators and people contributing to a good chat area. Um, yeah, really, the things that I just been reading as Edgar Allan Poe, man. Philosophers of our time. I really sharing these works is quite inspirational. I mean, I don't know about yourself, but my brain is putting together a whole bunch of things, and that's for each person to do. My hair holds many secrets. Yeah. I got this portion. Got bells. And then that one's green. We're gonna get right back to reading. And so essentially what we're doing here every single day is sharing wisdom for those on the shamanic journey, or oh man, what are we doing here? Tune in and keep tuning in. We're growing our brains and uniting our souls, that's for sure. Oh, very welcome, Frosty. But yes, totally. Thank you, Moonbloom, for mentioning that. If you do have any inquiries, if you would like me to read a particular philosopher's work or a type of work, pretty effective at bringing stuff up online. The older works are more available for me to acquire uh, rapidly and easily. The newer works, of course, I can't just go buy books or whatnot. Uh, Shoot, I barely got. Anyways, and um, and you can email me at setra@yahoo.com, setchra@yahoo.com. If you have suggestions, if you would like to be a guest on the program, if you would like to chat, have a live chat on it, we can certainly arrange something like that. Personal tarot reading or whatever the case during the live, I'd be more than happy to arrange those things. So feel free to send me an email, setra@yahoo.com, setchra. But yeah, and if you don't want to send me an email, just pull up one of my videos and leave a comment in the comment section. Generally, I look over those comments and I'll see that, and I can write that down at a particular time and get that information done. Also got H.P. Lovecraft's material. Hmm. I'm going to change things up here. This is H.P. Lovecraft, The Tree, written in 1920. Fara Viem Inveniet. On a verdant slope of Mount Menelaus in Arcadia, there stands an olive grove about the ruins of a villa. Close by is a tomb, once beautiful with the sublimest sculptures, but now fallen into as great decay as the house. At one end of that tomb, its curious roots displacing the time stained blocks of Pentelic marble, grows an unnaturally large olive tree of oddly repellent shape, so like to some grotesque man or death distorted body of a man that the country folk fear to pass it at night when the moon shines faintly through the crooked boughs. Mount Menelaus is chosen haunt of dreaded Pan, whose weird companions are many and simple swains believe that the tree must have some hideous kinship to these Werpanesi. But an old beekeeper who lives in the neighboring cottage told me a different story. Many years ago, when the hillside villa was new and resplendent, there dwelt within it two sculptors, Carlos and Mucertes, from Lydia and Neapolis. The beauty of their work was praised, and none dared say that one excelled the other in skill. The Hermes of Calu stood in a marble shrine in Corinth, and the Paulus of Morcertes surmounted in a pillar in Athens, near the Parthenon. All men paid homage to Carlos and Mucertes and marveled that no shadow of artistic jealousy cooled the warmth of their brotherly friendship. But though Carlos and Mucertes dwelt in unbroken harmony, their natures were not alike. While Mucertes reveled by night amidst the urban gaieties of Taricea, Carlos would remain at home, stealing away from the sight of his servants into the cool recesses of the olive grove. There he would meditate upon the visions that filled his mind, and there devise the forms of much beauty which later became immortal in breathing marble. Idle folk indeed said that Calus conversed with the spirits of the grove, and that his statues were but images of the fauns and dryads he met there, for he patterned his work after no living model. So famous were Carlos and Mucertes that none wondered when the tyrant of the Syracuse sent to them deputies to speak of the costly statue of Tarish, which he had planned for his city. Of great size and cunning workmanship must the statue be, for it was to form a wonder of nations and a goal of travelers. Exalted beyond thought would be he whose work should gain acceptance, and for his honor Carlos and Mucertes were invited to compete. Their brotherly love was well known, and the crafty tyrant surmised that each, instead of concealing their work from the other, would offer aid and advice. This charity producing two images of unheard of beauty, their lovelier of which would eclipse even the dreams of poets. With joy the sculptors hailed the tyrant's offer, so that in the days that followed their Servants heard the ceaseless blows of chisels. Not from each other did Carlos and Mucertes conceal their work, but the sight was for them alone. Saving theirs, no eyes beheld the two divine figures released by skillful blows of the rough blocks that had imprisoned them since the world began. At night, as of yore, Mucides sought the banquet halls of Terque, while Carlos wandered alone in the olive grove. But as time passed, men observed a want of gaiety in the once sparkling Mucides. It was strange, they said almost amongst themselves, that depression should thus seize one with so great a change to win an art's loftiest reward. Many months passed, yet in the sour face of Mucirtes came nothing of the sharp expectancy which the situation should arouse. Then one day Mucirtes spoke of the illness of Carlos, after which none marveled again at his sadness, since the sculptor's attachment was known to be deep and sacred. Subsequently, many went to visit Carlos, and indeed noticed the pallor of his face, but there was about him a happy serenity which made his glance more magical than the glance of Milciades, who was clearly distracted with anxiety, and who pushed aside all the servants in his eagerness to feed and wait upon his friend with his own hands. Hidden behind heavy curtains stood the two unfinished figures of Tadish, little touched of late by the sick man and his faithful attendant. As Carlos grew inexplicably weaker and weaker despite the ministrations of puzzled physicians and of his assiduous friend. He desired to be carried often to the grove which he so loved. There he would ask to be left alone, as if wishing to speak with unseen things. Milceres ever granted his requests, through his eyes filled with visible tears at the thought of Carlos should care more for the fauns and the dryads than for him. At last the end drew near, and Carlos discoursed of things beyond this life. Milcertes, weeping, promised him a sepulchre more lovelier than the tomb of Mausolus. But Carlos bade him speak no more of marble glories. Only one wish how haunted the mind of the dying man, that twigs from certain olive trees in the grove be buried by his resting place close his head. And one night, sitting alone in the darkness of the olive grove, Carlos died. Beautiful beyond words was Marble's sepulchre which stricken Muceras carved for his beloved friend. None but Carlos himself could have fashioned such bas reliefs wherein were displayed all the splendors of Elysium, nor did Muceras fail to bury those of Carlos' head among the olive twigs from the head, the olive twigs from the grove. As the first violence of Milcertes' grief gave place to resignation, he labored with diligence upon his figure of Cache. All honor was now his, since the tyrant of Syracuse would have the work of none save him or Carlos. His task proved a vent for his emotion, and he toiled more steadily each day, shunning the gaieties he once had relished. Meanwhile, his evenings were spent beside the tomb of his friend, where a young olive tree had sprung up near the sleeper's head. So swift was the growth of this tree, and so strange was its form, that all who beheld it exclaimed in surprise, and Mucertes seemed at once fascinated and repelled. 3 years after the death of Carlos, Milceres dispatched a messenger to the tyrant, and it was whispered in the agora at Tarigea that the mighty statue was finished. By this time, the tree by the tomb had attained amazing proportions, exceeding all other trees of this kind, and sending out a singularly heavy branch above the apartment in which Milcertes labored. As many visitors came to view the prodigious tree as to admire the art of the sculptor, so that Milceres was seldom alone, but he did not mind his multitude of guests. Indeed, he seemed to dread being alone now that his absorbing work was done. The bleak mountain wind, sighing through the olive grove and the tomb tree, had an uncanny way of forming vaguely articulate sounds. The sky was dark on the evening that the tyrant's emissaries came to Tegea. It was definitely known that they had come to bear away the great image of Tadish and bring eternal honor to Muciartes. So their reception by the Prexenori was of great warmth. As the night wore on, a violent storm of wind broke over the crest of Menelaus, and the men from far Syracuse were glad that they rested snugly in town. They talked of their illustrious tyrant and of the splendor of his capital, and exulted in the glory of the statue which Milcertes had wrought for him. And then the men of Targeia spoke of the goodness of Mucertes, and of the heavy grief for his friend, and how not even the coming laurels of art could console him in the absence of Carlos, who might have won those laurels instead. Of the tree which grew by the tomb near the head of Carlos they also spoke. The wind shrieked more horribly, and both of the Syracusans and the Argerians prayed to Arlos. In the sunshine one morning, the Prexnoi led the tyrant's messengers up the slope to the abode of the sculptor, but the night wind had done strange things. The workers' cries ascended from a scene of desolation, and no more amidst the olive grove rose the gleaming colonnades of that vast hall wherein Mucertes had dreamed and toiled. Lone and shaken mourned the humble courts and the lower walls, for upon the sumptuous greater Percel had fallen squarely the heavy overhanging bough of the strange new tree, reducing the stately poem in marble with odd completeness to a mound of unsightly ruins. Strangers and Terigans stood aghast, looking from wreckage to the great sinister tree whose aspect was so weirdly human and whose roots reached so weirdly into the sculptured sepulchre of Carlos, and their fear and dismay increased when they searched the fallen apartment, for of the gentle Mucertes and of the marvelously fashioned image of Terish no trace could be discovered. Amidst such stupendous ruin, only chaos dwelt, and the representatives of two cities left disappointed. Syracusans, and that they had no statue to bear home. Cadigans, that they had no artist to crown. However, the Syracusans obtained after a while a very splendid statue in Athens, and the Cadigans consoled themselves by erecting in the Agora a marble temple, commemorating the gifts, virtues, and brotherly piety of Muciates. But the olive grove still stands, as does the tree growing out of the tomb of Carlos, and the old beekeeper told me that sometimes the moths whisper to one another in the night wind, sang over and over again, Huerta, Huerta, I know, I know. There we go. Pretty sure. All right. So what we were just reading was from Edgar Allan Poe. I love reading stories. Years past, someone someone told me, they said, "You're really good at telling story." No, they said, "You're a really good storyteller." And I really appreciated that comment. You know, I still do. I knew at the time the lady had different sentiment behind it. It was not a positive comment that she was giving me. But in my world, to be told that made me pretty happy. My mom taught me a lot of things, and she helped me learn how to read pretty darn good. And certainly through all of these different aspects of philosophers, of people that lived years past, by tapping into their insight and their knowledge and sharing this, I mean, in my construct, this is the one way that I can assist in humanity moving forward positively, sharing the wisdom. And there are a lot of sources where that wisdom can come from, and all sorts that people need. One thing that I got to jump back to is we were reading the stuff of from Edgar Allan Poe earlier, like earlier, was how everything is everything is a stepping. In order to get to a greater understanding, you got to have this understanding first, and on and on and on and on. And the unit, truly the unity between differences, and allowing things to exist that truly do contradict each other, not having a bad disposition towards it. Because through one's own development in life, through one's own path of life, you know that that experience existed. You went through that too. You went through that experience too. And so they have to go through it in order to grow, in order to take that stepping stone forward. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for all our people helping in the chat and all that good stuff. Thank you for doing what you're doing there. Um, yeah. Alien cowboy farmer, you got it most definitely, bro. I will keep you in mind. We'll be back here tomorrow again, from 5 a.m. Eastern time um, to 10 a.m. So 5 hours every day. We're here all every day, and bro, you got this. You got this. We are connected. We are connected in mind and heart. And in some weird way, this whole world's moving a little bit faster and forward. And the distractions that used to impede our forward progress, they seem those distractions, those problems, they seem to be having their own problems lately. So all we gotta do is just love, live one vibrational energy. That's your energy, that's your love, that's your joy. That's what you do. And anybody who detracts away from that joy, who pulls away from that, then you know that that's not the person to hang around. That's not the person that's going to actually provide you what you truly are. The vibratory effect, the reality of who you are. That love. I tell you, the beast is slain, and you're free to create. From Grimm's Fairy Tales, Yoko Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. This next story we're going to read is called The 12 Brothers. There were once upon a time a king and a queen who lived happily together and had 12 children, but they were all boys. Then said the king to his wife, if the 13th child which thou art about to bring into the world is a girl, the 12 boys shall die, in order that her possessions may be great, and that the kingdom may fall to her alone. He caused likewise 12 coffins to be made, which were already filled with shavings, and in each lay the little pillow for the dead. And he had them taken into a locked room, and then he gave the queen the key of it, and bade her not to speak of this to anyone. The mother, however, now sat and lamented all day long, until the youngest son, who was always with her, and whom she had named Benjamin from the Bible, said to her, dear mother, why art thou so sad? Dearest child, she answered, I may not tell thee, but he let her have no rest until she went to her went and unlocked the room, and showed him that 12 coffins ready filled with shavings. Then she said, my dearest Benjamin, thy father has had these coffins made for thee and for thy 11 brothers. For if I bring a little girl into the world, you are all to be killed and buried in them. And as she wept while she was saying this, the son comforted her and said, weep not, dear mother, we will save ourselves and go hence. But she said, go forth into the forest with thy 11 brothers, and let one sit constantly on the highest tree which can be found, and keep watch, looking towards the tower here in the castle. If I give birth to a little son, I will put up a white flag, and then when you may venture to come back. But if I bear a daughter, I will hoist a red flag, and then fly hence as quick as you are able. And may the good God protect you, and every night I will rise up and pray for you. In winter, and that you may be able to warm yourself at a fire, and in a summer that you will not faint away in the heat. After she had blessed her sons, therefore, they went into the forest. They each kept watch in turn, and sat on the highest oak and looked towards the tower. When 11 days had passed, and the turn came to Benjamin, he saw that a flag was being raised. It was, however, not the white, but the blood-red flag which announced that they were all to die. Then the brothers heard that. They were very angry, and said, are we all to suffer death for the sake of a girl? We swear that we will avenge ourselves wheresoever we find a girl. Her red blood shall flow. Thereupon they went deeper into the forest, and in the midst of it, where it was the darkest, they found a little bewitched hut, which was standing empty. Then they said, here we will dwell. And thou, Benjamin, thou art the youngest and weakest. Thou shalt stay at home and keep house. We others will go out and get food. Then they went into the forest and shot hares, wild deer, birds, and pigeons, and whatsoever there was to eat. This they took to Benjamin, and who had to dress it for them in order that they might appease their hunger. They lived together 10 years in the little hut, and the time did not appear long to them. The little daughter which their mother the queen had given birth to was now grown up. She was good of heart and fair of face, and had a golden star on her forehead. Once, when it was a great washing, she saw 12 men's shirts among the things, and asked her mother, to whom do these 12 shirts belong? For they are far too small for father. Then the queen answered with a heavy spirit, dear child, these belong to thy 12 brothers. Said the maiden, where are my 12 brothers? I've never met or heard of them. She replied, God knows where they are. They are wandering about the world. Then she took the maidens and opened the chamber for her, and showed her the 12 coffins with the shavings and pillows for the head. These coffins, she said, were destined for thy brothers, but they went away secretly before thou wert born. And she related to her how everything had happened, and then said to the maiden, dear mother, weep not. I will go and seek my brothers. So she took the 12 shirts and went forth and straight into the great forest, and she walked the whole day, and in the evening she came to the bewitched hut. Then she entered it and found a young boy, who asked, from whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound? And was astonished that she was so beautiful, and wore royal garments, and had a star on her forehead. And she answered, I am a king's daughter, and am seeking my 12 brothers, and I will walk as far as the sky is blue until I find them. She likewise showed him the 12 shirts which belonged to them. And then Benjamin saw that she was his sister, and said, I am Benjamin, thy youngest brother. And she began to weep for joy, and Benjamin wept also, and they kissed and embraced each other with the greatest love. But after this he said, dear sister, there is still one difficulty. We have agreed that every maiden whom we meet shall die, because we have been obliged to leave our kingdom on account of a girl. Then she said, I will willingly die, if by doing so I can save my 12 brothers. No, answered he, thou shalt not die. Seat thyself beneath this tub until our 11 brothers come, and then I will soon come to an agreement with them. She did, and when it was night, the others came from hunting, and their dinner was ready. And as they were sitting at table and eating, they asked, what news is there? Said Benjamin, don't you know anything? No, they answered. He continued, you've been in the forest, and I've stayed at home, and yet I know more than you do. Tell us, then, they cried. He answered, but promise me that the first maiden who meets us shall not be killed. Yes, they all cried. She shall have mercy. Only do tell us. Then he said, our sister is here. And he lifted up the tub, and the king's daughter came forth in her royal garments, and the golden star on her forehead. And she was beautiful, delicate, and fair. Then they were all rejoiced, and fell on her neck, and kissed and loved her with all their hearts. Now she stayed at home with Benjamin, and helped him with the work. The 11 went into the forest and caught game, and deer, and birds, and wood pigeons, that they might have food. And the little sister said Benjamin took care to make it ready for them. She sought for the wood for cooking, and herbs for vegetables, and put the pans on the fire, so that the dinner was always ready when the 11 came. She likewise kept order in the little house, and put beautifully white clean coverings on the little beds, and the brothers were always contented and lived in great harmony with her. Once upon a time, the two at home had prepared a beautiful entertainment, and when they were all together, they sat down and ate and drank and were full of gladness. There was, however, a little garden belonging to a bewitched house wherein stood 12 lily flowers, which are likewise called students. She wished to give her brother pleasure and plucked the 12 flowers and thought she would present each brother with one while at dinner. But at the self-same moment that she plucked the flowers, the 12 brothers were changed into 12 ravens and flew away over the forest, and the house and garden vanished likewise. And now the poor maiden was alone in the wild forest, and when she looked around, an old woman was standing near her, who said, "My child, what hast thou done? Why didst thou not leave the 12 white flowers growing? They were thy brothers, who are now for evermore changed into ravens." The maiden said, weeping, "Is there no way of delivering them?" "No," said the woman, "there is but one in the whole world, and that is so hard, but thou wilt not deliver them by it, for thou must be dumb for 7 years, and mayest not speak or laugh, and if thou speakest one single word, and only an hour of the 7 years is wanting, all is in vain, and thy brothers will be killed by the one word." Then said the maiden in her heart, "I know with certainty that I shall set my brothers free," and went and sought a high tree and seated herself in it, and span, and neither spoke nor laughed. Now it so happened that a king was hunting in the forest, who had a great greyhound which ran to the tree on which the maiden was sitting, and sprang about it, whining and barking at her. Then the king came by and saw the beautiful king's daughter with the golden star on her brow, and was so charmed with her beauty that he called to her, asked her if she would be his wife. She made no answer, but nodded a little with her head. So he climbed up the tree himself, carried her down, placed her on his horse, and bore her home. Then the wedding was solemnized with great magnificence and rejoicing, but the bride neither spoke nor smiled. When they had lived happily together for a few years, the king's mother, who was a wicked woman, began to slander the young queen, and said to the king, "This is a common beggar girl whom thou hast brought back with thee. Who knows what impious tricks she practices secretly? Even if she be dumb and not able to speak, she still might laugh for once, but those who do not laugh have bad consciences." At first the king would not believe it, but the old woman urged this to be there so long, and accursed her of so many evil things, that at last the king let himself be persuaded and sentenced her to death. And now a great fire was lighted in the courtyard in which she was to be burnt, and the king stood above at the window and looked on with tearful eyes, because he still loved her so much. And when she was bound fast to the stake, and the fire was licking at her clothes with its red tongue, and the last instant of the 7 years expired, then a whirring sound was heard in the air, and 12 ravens came flying towards the place and sank downwards. And when they touched the earth, they were her 12 brothers whom she had saved. They tore the fire asunder, extinguishing the flame, set their dear sister free, and kissed and embraced her. And now, as she dared to open her mouth and speak, she told the king why she had been dumb and had never laughed. The king rejoiced when he heard that she was innocent, and they all lived in great unity until their death. The wicked stepmother was taken before the judge and put into a barrel filled with boiling oil and venomous snakes, and died an evil death. Okay, I'll read another one. Yeah. A pack ragamuffins. Read one more at least. At least I don't know. I do enjoy their stories. Uh, well, that is an acceptable question there, Chris Plumbing. Give a shout out to Mary Jane real quick. I'm a shaman, and a shaman is an individual who works with spirits, souls. Those souls are connected to our ancestors, and humanity is one big family, no matter how you want to cut it and dice it. And I've been called to share what I have experienced in a multitudinous of ways. What you see before you is love. This is my perception. This is my experience at seeing how there is a complementary of various ideas in the world that truly unite us in much more than what we've been experiencing many years past. We're coming into a oneness, into a collective gathering, not in a physical place, but of soul, of mind. The collectiveness is reaching out, and many of us wind up having experiences, and we know these events happen to us, and we try to ask people, or most times we don't mention this information to anybody because we are aware that if we mention this information, we're likely to be called a liar or crazy or some other term in which somebody has not experienced or sensed what we went through. And like many philosophers in the past, something we just read today, a reason for sharing is that people out there realize that they're not alone, that their perception, yes, while having its unique view for themselves, that perception has been seen by somebody else. To be able to come together in this type of oneness and to not see division, but to have information which is going to fill those questions throughout life. I mean, that's what we're all about. That's in every form and fashion here, anyways. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll share experience. There's this one person, and we were like getting some behind, like some backstage passes, if you will. And what we wound up deciding, because you get a job, get a gig, um, talk to some people, and so we were talking to the head security guard, and me and another person, and the security guard, like they're the head security person, and they come back and they're like, "You're not special." That's what they said to me personally. And I was like, granted, it took me like maybe 10 to 15 seconds, all right? It took me a little time to respond. but they hadn't walked away yet. And I was like, I said, yes, I am. I said, so are you. And I pointed to a person across the way. I said, so are they. I said, everybody's special. And because in my core, I was like, if you're going to be negative, if you're going to be super negative, then I'm going super positive. That's all. You want to go super low? I'm going to go super high. Path of least resistance, right? And so, and I did that. I'm sure I said some other things, but in a super positive manner as well. And it took them back a moment by the time I finished saying something, and they came back and they were like, "Well, if you do need those passes, you come let me know." And I was like, it wound up working out pretty good. How do you become a shaman? Well, there are many aspects of ascension. Um, I'll tell you my path of how I became a shaman, like not necessary knowingly, but not like getting too deep in all of that. But essentially, my mom passed away, and when she passed away, I did everything I could to remember who my best friend was. And as I did that, uh, I made contact. And through helping that one family member, you wind up helping others that are other souls that are your own family, your own generations past. And that's a whole, there's so much entailed upon that path. But each specific moment of learning is specific for you, and your family helps you become that shaman because you're helping them on the other side. Nobody can really see this, or but it's your reality. It's what you see, and it's what you're working with, and you know it's true. You see the results. And little by little, your family helps you become that individual, and the whole path winds up becoming open to, in particular, to your growths and your connections. And here we go. The pack of ragamuffins. The cook once said to the hen, "It is now the time when our nuts are ripe, so let us go on the hill together and for once eat our fill before the squirrel takes them all away." "Yes," replied the hen, "come, we will have some pleasures together." Then they went away to the hill, and as it was a bright day, they stayed till evening. Now I do not know whether it was that they had eaten till they were too fat, or whether they had become proud, but they would not go home on foot, and the cock had to build a little carriage of nutshells. And when it was ready, the little hen seated herself in it and said to the cock that thou canst just harness thyself to it. "I like that," said the cock. "I would rather go home on foot than let myself be harnessed to it." "No, that is not our bargain. I do not mind being coachman and sitting on the box, but drag it myself I will not." As they were thus disputing, a duck quacked to them. "You thieving folks, who bade you go to my nut hill? Well, you shall suffer for it," and ran with open beak at the cock. But the cock was also not idle, and fell boldly on the duck, and at last wounded her so with his spurs that she also begged for mercy, and willingly let herself be harnessed to the carriage as punishment. The little cock now seated himself on the box and was coachman, and thereupon they went off in a gallop. and the cock crying, "Duck, go as fast as thou canst." When they had driven a part of the way, they met 2 foot passengers, a pin and a needle. They cried, "Stop, stop!" and said that it would soon be as dark as pitch, and then they could not go a step further, and that it was so dirty on the road that, and they asked as if they could not get into the carriage for a while. They asked if they could not get into the carriage for a while. They had been at the tailor's public house by the gate and had stayed too long over the beer. As they were then thin people who did not take up much room, the cock let them both get in. But they had to promise him and his little hen to not step on their feet. Late in the evening they came to an end, and as they did not like to go further by night, and as the duck was also not strong on her feet and fell on one side to the other, they went in. The host at first made many objections. This house was already full. Besides, he thought they could not be very distinguished persons. But at last they made pleasant speeches and told him that he should have the egg which the little hen has laid on the way, and should likewise keep the duck which laid once every day. He at length said that they might stay the night, and now they had themselves well served and feasted and rioted. Early in the morning, when day was breaking and every one was asleep, the cock awoke the hen, brought the egg, pecked it open, and they ate it together. But they threw the shell on the hearth. Then they went to the needle, which was still asleep, took it by the head, and stuck it into the cushion of the landlord's chair, and put the pin in his towel. And at the last, without more ado, they flew away over the hearth. The duck, who liked to sleep in the open air and had stayed in the yard, heard them going away, made herself merry, and found a stream, down which she swam, which was a much quicker way of traveling than being harnessed to a carriage. The host did not get out of bed for 2 hours, and after this he was washed himself and wanted to dry himself, when the pen went over his face and made a red streak from one ear to the other. After this he went into the kitchen and wanted to light a pipe, but when he came to the hearth the eggshell darted into his eyes. "This morning everything attacks my head," said he, and angrily sat down on his grandfather's chair. But he quickly started up again and cried, "Woe is me!" For the needle had pricked him still worse than the pin, and not in the head. Now he was thoroughly angry, and suspected the guest who had come so late in the night before, and when he went looking about for them, they were gone. Then he made a vow to take no more ragamuffins into his house, for they consume much, paying for nothing, and play mischievous tricks into the bargain by way of gratitude. A ragamuffin. we are jumping back to Edgar Allan Poe. What does the Newtonian law declare? That all bodies attract each other with forces proportional to their quantities of matter and inversely proportional to the squares of their distances. Purposely, I have here given in the first place the vulgar version of the law, and I confess that in this, as in most other vulgar versions of great truths, we find little of a suggestive character. Let us now adopt a more philosophical phraseology. Every atom of every body attracts every other atom, both of its own and of every other body, with a force which varies inversely as the squares of the distances between the attracting and attracted atom. Here, indeed, a flood of suggestion bursts upon the mind. But let us see distinctly what it is that what Newton proved, according to the grossly irrational definitions of proof prescribed by the metaphysical schools. He was forced to content himself with showing how thoroughly the motions of an imaginary universe composed of attracting and attracted atoms obedient to the law he announced coincide with those of the actually existing universe so far as it comes under our observation. This was the amount of his demonstration, that is to say, that was the amount of it, according to the conventional cant of the philosophies. His successes added proof multiplied by proof, such proof as a sound intellect admits, but the demonstration of the law itself persists. The metaphysicians had not been strengthened in any degree. Ocular physical proof, however, of attraction here upon earth, in accordance with the Newtonian theory, was at length, much to the satisfaction of some intellectual grovellers, afforded. This proof arose collaterally and incidentally, as nearly all important truths have arisen, out of an attempt to ascertain the mean density of the earth. In the famous Moskalian, Cavendish, and Bailey experiments, for this purpose the attraction of a mass of a mountain was seen, felt, measured, and found to be mathematically consistent with the immortal theory of the British astronomer. But in spite of this confirmation of that which needed none, in spite of the so-called corroboration of the theory by the so-called ocular and physical proof, in spite of the character of this corroboration, the ideas which even really philosophical men cannot help imbibing of gravity, and especially the ideas of it which ordinary men get and contentedly maintain, are seen to have been derived for the most part from a consideration of the principle as they find it developed merely in the planet upon which they stand. Now, to what does so partial a consideration tend? To what species of error does it rise? On the earth we see and feel only that gravity impels all bodies towards the center of the earth. No man in the common walks of life could be made to see or feel anything else, could be made to perceive that anything anywhere has a perpetual gravitating tendency in any other direction than the center of the earth. Yet, with an exception hereafter to be specified, it is a fact that every earthly thing, not to speak now of every heavenly thing, has a tendency not only to be earth's center, but in every conceivable direction besides. Now, although the philosophic cannot be said to err with the vulgar in this matter, they nevertheless permit themselves to be influenced without knowing it by the sentiment of the vulgar idea. Although the pagan fables are not believed, says Bryant in his very erudite mythology, yet we forget ourselves continually and make inferences from them as from existing realities. I mean to assert that the merely sensitive perception of gravity as we experience it on Earth beguiles mankind into the fancy of concentralization or a speciality respecting it has been continually biasing towards this fancy, even the mightiest intellects perpetually, although imperceptibly leading them away from real characteristics of the principle, thus preventing them up to this date from ever getting a glimpse of that vital truth which lies in a diametrically opposite direction. Behind the principle's essential characteristics is those not of concentralization or speciality, but of universality and diffusion. This vital truth is unity as the source of the phenomena. Let me now repeat the definition of gravity. Every atom of every body attracts every other atom, both of its own and of every other body, with force which varies inversely as the squares of the distance of the attracting and attracted atom. Here, let one realize for a moment in contemplation of the miraculous, of the ineffable, the altogether unimaginable complexity of relation involved in the fact that each atom attracts every other atom, and involved merely in this fact of the attraction, without reference to the law or mode in which the attraction is manifested. Involved merely in the fact that each atom attracts every atom at all, in a wilderness of atoms so numerous that those which go to composition of a cannonball exceed probably at a mere point of number all the stars which go to the constitution of the universe. Had we discovered simply that each atom tended to some one favorite point, to some especially attractive atom, we should still have fallen upon a discovery which in itself would have sufficed to overwhelm the mind. But what is it that we are actually called upon to comprehend? That each atom attracts, sympathizes with the most delicate movements of every other atom, and each and with all at the same time and forever, and according to a determined law which the complexity, even considered by itself, solely is utterly beyond the grasp of the imagination of man. If I propose to ascertain the influence of one mote in a sunbeam upon its neighboring mote, I cannot accomplish my purpose without first counting and weighing all the atoms in the universe and defining the precise positions of all at one particular moment. If I venture to displace by even the billionth part of an inch the microscopical speck of dust which lies now upon the point of my finger, which is the character of that act upon which I have adventured, I have done a deed which shakes the moon in her path, which causes the sun to be no longer the sun, and which alters forever the destiny of the multitudinous myriads of stars that roll and glow in the majestic presence of their Creator. These ideas, conceptions such as these, on thought like thoughts, soul reveries rather than conclusions or even considerations of the intellect, ideas, I repeat, such as these are such as we can alone hope profitably to entertain in any effort at grasping the great principle attraction. But now, with such ideas, with such a vision of the marvelous complexity of attraction fairly in his mind, let any person competent of thought on such topics as these set themselves to the task of imagining a principle for the phenomena observed, a condition from which they sprang. Does not so evident a brotherhood among the atoms point to a common parentage? Does not a sympathy so omniprevalent, so ineradicable, and so thoroughly irrespective suggest a common fraternity as its source? Does not one extreme impel the reason of the other? Does not the infinitude of division refer to the utterness of individuality? Does not the entireness of the complex hint at the perfection of the simple. It is not that the atoms, as we see them, are divided or that they are complex in their relation, but that they are inconceivably divided and unutterably complex. It is the extremeness of the condition to which I now allude, rather than the conditions themselves. In a word, not because the atoms were, at some remote epoch of time, even more than together. It is not because originally and therefore normally they were one, that now, in all circumstances, at all points, in all directions, by all modes of approach, in all relations, and through all conditions, they struggle back to this absolutely, this irrevocably, this unconditionally one. Some person may here demand, why, since it is to the one that the atoms struggle back, do we not find and define attraction as merely a general tendency to a center? Why, in especial, do not your atoms, the atoms which you describe as having been irradiated from a center, proceed at once rectilinearly back to the central point of their origin? I reply that they do, as will be distinctly shown, but the cause of their so doing is quite irrespective of the center of such. They all tend rectilinearly towards a center because of the sphericity with which they have been irradiated into space. Each atom forming one of a generally uniform globe of atoms finds more atoms in the directions of the center, of course, than in any other object, and in that direction therefore is impelled, but is not thus impelled because the center is the point of its origin. It is not at any point that the atoms are allied. It is not any locality, either in the concrete or in the abstract, to which I suppose them bound. Nothing like location was conceived as their origin. Their source lies in the principle, unity. This is their lost parent. This they seek always, immediately, in all directions, wherever it is even partially to be found, thus appeasing in some measure the ineradicable tendency while on the way to its absolute satisfaction to the end. It follows from all this that any principle which shall be adequate to account for the lael or modus operandi, or the attractive force in general, will account for this law in particular. That is to say, any principle which will show why the atoms should tend to their general center of irradiation with forces inversely proportional to the squares of the distances, will be admitted as satisfactorily accounting at the same time for the tendency according to the same law of these atoms each to each. For the tendency to the center is merely the tendency each to each, and not any tendency to a center as such. Thus it will be seen also that the establishment of my propositions would involve no necessity of modification in the terms of the Newtonian definition of gravity, which declares that each atom attracts each other atom and so forth, and declares this merely, but always under the supposition that what I propose to be in the end admitted. It seems clear that some other error might occasionally be avoided in the future processes of science, where a more ample phraseology adopted. For instance, each atom tends to every other atom, and so forth, with force, that general result being a tendency of all, with a similar force, to a general center. The reversal of our process has thus brought us to an identical result. But while in the one process intuition was the starting point, in the other it was the goal. In commencing the former journey, I could only say that with an irresistible intuition I felt simplicity to have been the characteristic of the original action of God. In ending the latter, I can only declare that with the irresistible intuition I perceive unity to have been the source of the observed phenomena of the Newtonian gravitation. Thus, according to the schools, I prove nothing. So be it. I design but to suggest and to convince through the suggestion. I am proudly aware that there exist many of the most profound and cautiously discriminative human intellects which cannot help being abundantly content with my suggestions. To these intellects, as to my own, there is no mathematical demonstration which could bring the least additional true proof of the great truth which I have advanced. The truth of original unity as the source, as the principle of the universal phenomena. For my part, I am not sure what I speak and see. I am not so sure that my heart beats and that my soul lives, of the rising of tomorrow's sun, a probability that as yet lies in the future. I do not pretend to be 1,000th a part as sure as I am of the irretrievability bygone fact that all things and all thoughts of things, with all their ineffable multiplicity of relation, sprang at once into being from the primordial and irrelative one. Referring to Newtonian gravity, Dr. Nickel, the eloquent author of The Architecture of the Heavens, says, in truth, we have no reason to suppose this great law, as now revealed, to be the ultimate or simplest, and therefore the universal and all comprehensive form of a great ordinance. The mode in which its intensity diminishes with the element of distance is not the aspect of an ultimate principle which always assumes the simplicity and self evidence of those axioms which constitute the basis of geometry. Now, it's quite true that ultimate principles in the common understanding of the words always assumes the simplicity of geometrical axioms. As for self evidence, there is no such thing, but these principles are clearly not ultimate. In other terms, what we are in the habit of calling principles are no principles, properly speaking, since there can be put one principle, the volition of God. We have no right to assume then from that we observe in rules that we choose foolishly to name principles anything at all in respect to the characteristics of a principle proper. The ultimate principles of which Dr. Nichols speaks as having geometrical simplicity may do it may and do have this geometrical turn as being part and parcel of a vast geometrical system, and thus a system of simplicity itself, in which nevertheless the truly ultimate principle is, as we know, the consummation of the complex, that is to say, of the unintelligible, for is it not the spiritual capacity of God? The mental gym. When you find an activity that you do love and enjoy, the longer you can spend time in that activity, is the further you go into that trance state of being, it's the more that you can actually connect in that frequency, in that state, and in those different modes, in those different trance states of the mind, different frequencies of the mind, with our chakras lined up, we can tap into that vibration of information. You're not talking to yourself. It is truly a collective conscious mind. It is each other that we connect with. It is the divine light and that deep darkness that we connect together as one, to have fullness and completeness, to not be divided within ourselves. For me, the deep searching for truth, the the continuous reading, the continuous understanding and searching, that allows my mind to get to a certain point to where it's kind of tapped out. And so really, like, all those problems in the world that naturally, like, we wind up getting consumed with or absorbed into, like, I don't even have the it's not about patience. Like, I exceeded the amount of mental learning I want to have for the day. And it's not about patience for somebody's foolish actions, or their fighting against learning, but it's gonna hold on, just uh but it's that enough time and enough energy has already been spent on that activity of intake. And so it's like going to the gym all day. You worked out enough, so you don't feel like lifting anything else for the rest of the day. Your muscles are sore. I've done my work for the day. And so people in another type of energy that doesn't match my own, then I don't have any connection to it. Not in that way. More at peace. I, I'll tell you one real truth is when you discover, relationship wise, on my own account, just sharing my own, and you could take this and apply it how you do for your own or not. But I spent a tumultuous many years trying to win loyalty, you know, show my devotion, all that kind of stuff. And I had to learn to just focus on myself. It wasn't someone else that I needed to love. I love in life, and that's what I do. I'm a happy person, generally speaking. I wake up happy, I go to sleep happy. I'm generally a happy person, and and I love life, and I interact with life as if it's family. And somebody else that is showing qualities that they're not interested in my frequency and what I do, or they're interested in another direction, like, well, that's not something to keep hanging around, being with, chilling with. That's, let allow life. Before, when I was younger, I tried to control things very much, as we do. We want to control certain events. We got money, we could buy this, have that. Make certain choices because we're in certain positions, and we can have the room decorated like we want to, so to speak. But though, one of the hardest lessons I learned was to step back, to stop causing conflict in other people's lives, and to just let them make their choices and decisions without my interference. And by doing so, I was able to see people for what they wanted and who they were. And then I didn't have to argue with them. I didn't have to explain nothing to them. I just knew that wasn't my path. And it's time for me to walk a different direction, which was always my direction, but it was a different direction from what they're heading on. And, and everybody has that path to follow, and so teach each one accordingly, as that is. No ill judgment or temperament or anything like that, but understanding prevailing uh, beyond all the other stuff. Yo, what's up, River City? Doing good yourself. It's been a good morning. Cool, cool. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, bro. All right, so there's definitely some energy out there, and they got a question. Somebody's got a question, or there's definitely an energy I'm tapping into. Wrong cards? No. Let me read a book. Yeah, not a book I'm thinking of. What's up, what I mean? We've really been tapping into um, Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, the old philosophers, the ancients, the old gods, the different ways of living, and continuing to move forward. It is truly stretching, and when I say stretching, going forth with the mind and the heart into areas and avenues in which people they fail to grasp, and that's okay. It's okay for people to not be where you're at. It's okay to excel beyond where the majority of the crowd is. I've been told so many times before, like, man, you trying to get followers, dude. You trying to get people to watch you. You need to like appeal to a wider audience. You need to like hone in. And I'm like, no, I'm not trying to get followers. I'm not trying to appeal to a wider audience. I'm looking for a select few, and that select few that are exercising their minds, they are exercising their souls, they are exercising their hearts, and this is the energy that I know exists in this world. And that's what I gravitate towards, just like we were reading about on that gravity. A lot of people, when we say gravity, we think of the energy just going straight down. But when I hear gravity, I have some other words and some other things that I've learned in my life, and I think of all energies like Eureka's, all those one atoms are being gathered to one source, one event. And so that gravity is not necessarily going downwards, but it is something that can go towards humans and plants and animals to have a will move yourself into position, will move yourself forward, and it will move another person forward. It will move an animal and yourself into close proximity to where you will see each other, you will have an interaction. And no matter how seemingly, and in that interaction, you see an omen, you get a message, you perceive divinity's presence, whether it be an ancestor from your past that you're perceiving, that you're connecting with, or whether it be the divine father or mother themselves that you're connecting with. And that connection is the source of your intuition, and we can connect to other people, we can connect to nature, we can connect to very horrible or blessed ideas. And what we are connected to, what we continually fuel our souls, is what our intuition is going to be connected to. That's going to be the first act of reaction. If one practices meditation, transcendence, transformation, spiritualness, loving kindness, then in a moment of chaos, this person is likely to retain their peace or their sensibility, their sanity. They're able to maintain themselves throughout the event. But someone who is very wed to ire and to those types of feelings in a moment of chaos, they will certainly inevitably reach a moment that is catastrophic. And that's what we're trying, that's what we are working towards, is to avoid the catastrophe that happens when one doesn't have an adequate sense of awareness to work in their environment. When we get backed into a corner and wind up making really bad decisions. Thanks, River City. It's most definite. Most definite. Good question. Why does it look like you've been crying? Uh, Probably because of all the events that have happened in my life. I don't have scars over my body or tattoos to show you what I've been through in life. Because to most people, I look like I'm young. But only if you could see my years more clearly, you'd understand that with any decently long life, there's going to be much loss. And that loss is more than things, it's people, family, children, parents. And when trauma strikes in life, when those events of loss occur, such as a mother, a daughter, a son, or a brother, or anybody of that family member, best friend, there's there's learning how to live with it. It's accepting to be one with it and going through that process and all of that. I've learned at least to share my wisdom as much as I can be capable of doing so that other people can avoid a tumultuous ending, a tumultuous path, a situation in which they got stuck in. Interesting days they are, that's for sure. Yes. No, no dog 22. Definitely a shaman. Yup. Yup. Says rising sun, divine solar child reborn. As we journey into the ancient feminine, there are many, many times when we meet her dark face. We must be patient, accepting, allowing. Often, what we meet are the difficulties of birth, literal and symbolic. We might feel great emotional or physical pain, spiritually bereft, alone and yearning for deeper union, perhaps even wondering if what you seek could be a genuine experience or if it is the stuff of daydreams and fantasies. During times of despair and struggle, we come back to our hearts, searching for faith within, searching for signs to support us as we take the long journey down the spiritual birth canal into love and even greater expression. It might take us weeks, months, or many, many years to birth ourselves over and over again into more or more of our divine essence. Some birthing processes that are deeply profound will feel as though they take most, if not all, of our lifetime on this planet. At another level, many lifetimes will constitute one birth process. However, no matter of how much we encounter the inner workings of the womb of the divine feminine, there are always moments of entering a light of birth into a new world, as a new being into a reality transformed. These moments are precious and herald the beginning of a new level of divinity expressed. Often in deeply creative new ways, the divine solar child being born brings new light into your life, likely to express itself in multiple forms. Revived and new relationships, new inspiration and opportunities in your work and spiritual life. more love and enjoyment, new, more energized community, greater well being and experience in your body, creative abilities that you didn't even realize you had opening up effortlessly as you surrender to allow the body and creative faculty to flow. These are some of the gifts that are given to you by the universe at the cosmic baby shower for the birth of the divine solar child. The sweetness of the gifts of this new life make all that came before it so sacred and worthwhile. To honor and accept the past and the courage it required of us, and yet to accept that it is now time to turn our face to the light and partake of the fruits of our inner labors is what the oracle ordains. Symbolized by the headdress of cow horns with a golden disc wherein worn by Egyptian goddesses, including Allset, and the symbolism of Allset nursing her divine son child Hiru at her breast, the oracle of the rising sun brings with it a new day, dawn, breakthrough, end of struggle, and the genuine and stable birth of optimism and hope for you now. And that's what we can each embody. That's what we can each be. Thanks, River City Transit. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you do have any substantial questions, I would be happy to answer them. Um, um, I don't know. Let's say what kind. It was a gift. Somebody gave it to me, but it was like this, and then that one goes in there, and then that was just regular wool. I wanted to see specifically. Yeah, I do got that Instagram account. That's for sure. I don't do acid. I'm I had LSD once years ago. I had acid once years ago. Um, but I've seen some comments lately. I don't like it because it heats up the brain, and if the brain gets too hot, Beyond a certain temperature, you do permanent damage. Um, I like my brain. I like to study. I like to learn. I like to use my imagination, and I certainly value my memory because um, I don't care to run into stupid repetitively. So I'm certainly going to retain those aspects. Um, so I, you know, that. I don't do that stuff. I'm not into that stuff. I like smoking weed. Mary Jane. Uh, you know, I have my tobacco. I've learned how to kind of make a small amount. I stop that at times, like good strides at a time, months, years at a time. Sometimes spirits want me to. So, but I really don't mess with other substances. This what I've attained to. I've spent so many years, days, weeks, months, all of it in going over mantras and invocations and personal study and personal research. And I'm reading what I'm reading here. I do when I read a book, I read that book and once all the way through. No questions, no stopping, no definition lookups, no nothing. And then the second time I read through that book, I'll look up all the definitions. I take my time, I take all my side notes and all that kind of stuff. And then my third through time, that's because I'm living it. Now I've learned it so well, I'm applying what I've learned from that book into my life. So now when I go back into that book, oh, I forgot that little item. Good to remember that. Let me make a note of that, apply that here. And so yeah, not a fan of drugs and definitely not a fan of anything that's going to dilute the mind or the ability for an individual to perceptibly grow and develop. And that which is weird and that which is unusual and that which is unordinary, what a thing to embody, for it leaves everybody in a quandary. Good. Did you really want a bunch of people poking and prodding, doing? They busy asking what you are while you're busy over here. Leave them distracted. Leave them where they are. Let them enjoy themselves. We were there once too before. We had all those questions. We were that group of people, and well, we've grown up since then, so we understand why they're asking and saying the things that they are. And so those distractions are no longer distractions. They're understood that their existence, people will interact with that energy. We don't have to. That's it's all about setting the frequency and the vibration of your happiness, of your love, of living one vibrational energy. That's your joy. That's your energy that just pulses out into the world, becoming something that other people pick up when they tune in through meditation and other Zen. What's up, Cause? Hmm. When somebody asked if I've had a paranormal or have you had a paranormal experience or alien abduction experience? Anaro is, uh, I wouldn't call it abduction. I call it more like they invited me up to their ship and showed me around. That was cool. But like, but this was in a state of deep meditation. I was very much in my body and I was very much talking to somebody else. I was smoking some weed and some cigarettes, definitely some cigarettes. And and while I'm talking with this other individual, I can very perceptibly perceive as if I'm rising up, entering a ship. I went around. I was in the what one would perceive as like the that's where they're flying the ship, and went into the area that would been like where they're dining, eating, food, whatever. And they like perceived, they reacted to my presence, so they could perceive my presence, even though my body was very much on Earth. Like, but so I wouldn't call it like abduction, more like visitation. And paranormal experiences, those happen to me every day. Are you kidding me? Not in the way you would perceive them to be, not like things moving on their own accord. Because, see, like the spirits, for a spirit to move something physical in our dimension, that takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of effort for them to do that, okay? So, as a shaman, I interact with these spirits. So, they don't have to exert that energy to move an object. They just be like, yo, bro, can you move that for me? I'll be like, whatever, yeah. Got you, thank you. I don't know what it was for. I don't care. I don't, whatever that. I don't want to go there now. Fine, whatever. Don't change my life much. And and so like, and so not yeah, not in those kind of paranormal experiences, but I've had people hang out with me day after day after day after day after day, and they start seeing all the pattern of all the little weird things that wind up working out. And so in that kind of an aspect, I do, but nothing that anybody in passing by might quickly observe, other than the uniqueness of my presence, of my visual appearance. Thank you, Void. I appreciate that. I have not tried peyote. That would be an interesting one, but interesting enough, I explained. No, it's another one. Anyways, no, I have not. Um, though throughout what I've learned, one is able to enter into different trance states in which these substances are a shortcut to get there. Though, in everything I've learned, in all of the different research that I've done, and like I said, what I've personally done, you don't have to have the drug to get to that mental awareness. There's a way to tune the body to these different awarenesses, to these different dimensional awarenesses. I've performed ceremonies for people. No substance is involved, bro. Like I smoke, we smoke some weed. it was just some weed. I performed the ceremony, which was just with some sound bowls, you know, just sound, just sound, stones on the ground, and afterwards, dude, that person totally had an out of body experience. They had what I would have termed the equivalent of a mushroom trip. I saw it. I saw the whole thing played out. I saw it before me. And nothing was taken beforehand, and nothing of that substance was present. But the state of an individual upon their shamanic journey and the correct environment, the correct elements, the correct state of meditation, of alignment of energies can allow that person to tune into that dimensional reality that otherwise only people can access by taking substances. You, my experience, the substance is not necessarily needed for the experience to be had. It's all about a resonance of the state of the body, of the life, and living that every single day has people making comments. Oh, you must, how much acid you taking? Oh, what are you on this? What are you on that? Are you kidding me? If I had that kind of money, shoot, I'd be eating food. Expanding one's mind means that you're going to enter an area of loneliness. It means you're not going to be part of the in crowd anymore. Well, last I checked, the crowd of the earth was not heading in a very bright direction. And so, following my own intuition, following what my mother and what my father taught me, and there may be people, there are people out in the world. I didn't have that mom, I didn't have that dad. In one form or another, they were provided. We could have chosen to completely dismiss them, dismiss the guidance from a stranger that was sent to us in an hour of need, and might have never even known it existed because of a state of being so consumed with something in front of us that just our attention could not be stolen away for any amount of goodness. Or though in some form, in some way, that is our reality. That is the way I see a way forward, is to be that friend, to be that father, to be that mother without putting title or or you owe me this or you're below me for that. But to just be that individual of inspiration for each other. That's what I see moving forward in humanity. Being that black sheep, and sheeps aren't black, that black sheep. At night, you certainly ain't seen a flock move off without him. But what I've learned is the color black indicates ex- com- continual expanse hidden into every aspect. To become the observer, that doesn't mean a part. That doesn't necessarily mean getting involved in every little thing. It's okay to not be Mr. Cool. It's okay to not be Mr. Popular. Because when one steps back from that kind of a life, they can see the people that are still stuck in that rat race. They're the ones who got the real, they got the real mask on. You know, that one that takes them an hour to put on? Those clothes they gotta pull out the closet and make sure it's just right. Gotta make sure everything looks clean and pressed and neat. And, oh man, if I can walk in front of people and look like $1 million, they're gonna believe me and I'm gonna get something from them. You take a moment back from that life, teach you a lot about yourself and what you really want in life and what you actually don't want. I've had people come up to me and they say, man, but how do I do it? How do I do it? I tried to meditate, I tried this, I tried that, nothing's working, nothing's working. See, sometimes all that extra work amounted to a whole bunch more problems. Don't necessarily need sometimes. Just walking away from all that mess is all one needed to get a whole bunch of peace into their life. Because it wasn't their mess in the first place. They didn't make the mess. They tried to help. They did help. They done good. Done a lot of good in the past. But now it's time to put all that extra love, all that extra effort into oneself to recover from all that time that nobody gave back that energy to balance you out. Time for you to put that right back into yourself and getting to know thyself a little bit better. Because I'm telling you, believe me or not, when you know who you are, you know what you don't want. When you know who you are, you know which ideas belong to you and which ideas people are trying to convince you of. And when you become aware that people are trying to convince you of something, then what is the narrative you're trying to sell me? Because the truth doesn't need to convince anything. The truth simply exists. The truth is. One word we covered a few times today was consistency. Consistency. Pay attention to whether somebody is consistent. They may be consistent with many words and not much actions. Then you know. You know. Consistency will prove somebody's very nature and who they are. That allows some sort of reliability, some sort of trust of character. Inconsistency, instability. Well, you can't rely on that too much. So you know if you need help, you know if you need to count on that individual. Don't count on them. But you could ask. It's always nice if they come through, but mm, make sure you look for help from something that's consistent before you really put all your hopes in that direction. And nothing more shows who somebody is today than all the actions of their past. All those actions, they can't be lied about. The events happen for what they were. That's why you're the investigator, you're the detective, you're the one who puts the story together because you're the one who can see your life from all the angles that you see it from. Trust thyself. Learn from yourself and learn from everybody around you. When people become your teacher, it's really hard to see them as an enemy. It's really hard to see them as an obstacle. You know, the teacher's given the lesson, and not all lessons are nice and happy to learn. And it's life, that's how we learn. Make those events stick out, make sure we don't want to repeat them or go through them again, whatever it was that was not good in your life. When one becomes familiar with the pattern of something, that's how we can avoid it. That's how we can overcome it. But if we just run from something that causes us pain, then we never learn from it. Then every single time we bump, we turn, we make this mistake, that mistake, it wasn't a mistake. We didn't know what we were actually working with. We didn't know what was within our environment. And so through our ignorance, just not knowing any better because we ran from it, we kept getting poked and bothered throughout life by this whatever it is, whatever circumstance may be reoccurring in one's life. And that's why, for me, that big hard lesson of learning how to shut my mouth, watch the event happen from wherever it's happening from, and I'm going to become familiar with its pattern without getting involved. Yes, I'm going to be affected by it. I can't help that. But I can weather the storm and shelter in my place where I am. I know I can do that much. The last thing I want to do is run outside while the storm is raging and get sucked up into a tornado. Don't need that to happen, that's for sure. um, Anna Rosa, you can send me an email uh, at cetra@yahoo.com. Um, if you want to help or anything like that, um, I do have on the YouTube main page, I do have a link to to a GoFundMe. So if you want to donate there, you can. Um, though often people do ask, what do I do? Is this what I do for life? This is what I do for life. Um, and so like donations is how I make it, whatnot. And yeah, again, Cetra at yahoo.com. Cetra at yahoo.com. SETCHRA at yahoo.com. And definitely would be very appreciative of anything on that end of things. Do I have a father? Well, he disowned me. If he is still kicking, at least my biological father. Uh, but I see much more as my father. I see the Divine Father Himself has taught me through many individuals, and I've been fortunate to have, and I would see it, many fathers representing one father, many teachers to learn from one great source. For truly, it would take many masters to explain a singular mind of God if we could fathom such a thing. Super welcome, Ana Rosa, and thank you as well. I appreciate that. Um, uh, on a technicality, I do have Jewish blood. I do have Aztec blood. I do have Spaniard blood, and I do have German blood, and I do have French blood. I got Cherokee and Lakota as well. More Cherokee than Lakota. Little more Cherokee. So I am a bit of I'm a bit of two worlds coalesced into one. That's a reality, indeed. But there are particular ceremonies on the shamanic path. There are particular ceremonies, and to be present for those ceremonies, one can be on the shamanic path and not even realize it. And if they are present at the correct place and that ceremony is happening, it literally is walking their soul through the door into the next chapter of their life, onto the next step of Jacob's ladder, that ascension unto heaven. See, that ascension, yes, the soul does dwell there. The body is very much on earth. And so while we are living, we're able to develop our connection to a higher frequency, a frequency of structure and understanding, something stable and firm. And having been able to be present at these ceremonies has allowed me to make certain advances. And the reality is that for each person upon their own journey, the more that you follow that journey, the more that you'll open up those doors. But the more you shrink from that journey and say, no, I gotta depend on the old structure, I can't, I have to work, I have to earn, I have to do this, I have to do it the way it's always been shown to me. That's not faith. That's reliance in a structure built by human hands. And everything I learned of faith, everything I've expressed, everything I've just been in my life, faith said there is no road that says this is going to work. Faith says, I'm not a bum. I'm not taking advantage of people. I'm following my morals. I'm upholding principles. Values that are virtuous and kind and honorable. And I am going to uphold these qualities amidst any adversity that comes before me. And as days and weeks and months pass, and somehow I'm still eating, somehow I'm still being provided a way for this body to continue living, well, then I'm going to continue on that faithful course. I'm going to continue following what I believe to be true. And what that ultimate truth is to value my neighbor as a brother and a sister, a mother and a father, to value them so that when I have an interaction with you, that no matter if I'm destitute, starving, hurt, or happy and fed and full, that I treat you responsibly and honorably and respectably. And if all I'm going to get in return is badness, then I just must walk away. That's my charge. That's my truth. That's my life. To uplift each other. Because in those deeds, I'm honoring myself, I'm honoring divinity alive, and at the same token, I'm honoring everything I've ever learned. I'm honoring thy mother and thy father. The differences of the brain. If you're unaware, the right side of the brain is very masculine, very linear. Left side of the brain, very abstract, very in that aspect. They have different qualities. And so, through meditation and through different states of breathing and development of the mind, the heart, that's where we can tap in. That's where we can really connect. That's where it can really have an influence on our environment and truly connect with people beyond words. Got some Celtic tales here. Mm, mm, mm. A physique. Well, push ups, sit ups, and pull ups. And good stretching. Good stretching in the morning. That always helps. Staying limber. If you ever need a run, better do a stretch that morning. This, what I implore people to do, people watching, tuning in, is be in a state of peace. Find your peace and stay there. Live there as much as you can, especially right now, especially during these next 7 days. Be in your own state of peace. Because people, they're just gonna lose more, they're gonna lose more control of their own reality, okay? Like, not nice people. They're gonna lose it more and more and more. And they're going to be a tornado. And whatever they swing upon is going to get messed up. It's going to get damaged. As long as you stay in your peace, well, that tornado is not going to hit you because it's a tornado of energy. So I urge you, stay in your state of peace. Don't get involved in their calamity. Watch them from afar if you watching, but just stay in your own peace. Do your own thing. It's very important. People who are going through a state of chaos, they're being forced to own what they've been dispensing upon the innocent. And as this clarion call of peace goes out, it's this inner peace. And as long as each one of us holds on to that inner peace, all that chaos, they have to drink it down. They have to suffer it on their life because it doesn't belong to us. Not my monkeys. Not my monkeys. People will be in a state of want, but just be content with what you have. And let that mind wander to the heavens and beyond. Let it create a beautiful future for the whole world. You are a creator. That's what I learned about God. It's a creator. And thus each one of us are creators. That would be our father. And our mother, her mother is matter. Thus the creators, the father and the mother is within you. And that's what we can each embody in our own unique way, in our own diverse way. And by allowing each one to exist, we can see the various aspects of what we all desire to see. That unknown father, that unknown mother, that unknown aspect of reality that surrounds each and every single one of us, and we seem to be trying to grab it and just can't get a hold of it. But I tell you, that peace, in that state of peace, that's where they are right there. And that's where you can hear the direction, and that's where the omens can really be seen. Omens, what omens in my life? The oddities that one would call a coincidence, the oddities that you're just like, hmm, those things. Pay attention to those little things. Hey, the sprightly tailor was employed by the great MacDonald in his castle at Sardell in order to make the laird a pair of trews used in olden time, and trews being the vest and breeches united in one piece and ornamented with fringes were very comfortable and suited to be worn in walking or dancing. MacDonald had said to the tailor that if he would make the truce by night in the church, he would get a handsome reward, for it was thought that the old ruined church was haunted, and that fearsome things were to be seen there at night. The tailor was well aware of this, but he was a sprightly man, and when the laird dared him to make the truce by night in the church, the tailor was not to be daunted, but took it in hand to gain the prize. So when the night came away, he went up to the glen about half a mile distance from the castle till he came to the old church. Then he chose him a nice gravestone for a seat, and he lighted his candle, and put on his thimble, and set to work at the truce, plying his needle nimbly and thinking about the hire that the laird would have to give him. For some time he got on pretty well until he felt the floor all of a tremble under his feet, and looking about him, but keeping his fingers at work, he saw the appearance of a great human head rising up through the stone pavement of the church. And when the head had arisen above the surface, there came from it a great voice. And the voice said, "Do you see this great head of mine?" "I see that, but I'll sew this," replied the sprightly tailor, and he stitched away at the trews. Then the head rose higher up through the pavement until its neck appeared, and when its neck was shown, the thundering voice came again and said, "Do you see this great neck of mine?" "I see that, but I'll sew this," said the sprightly tailor, and he stitched away at his trews. Then the head and neck rose higher still until the great shoulders and chest were shown above the ground, and again the mighty voice thundered, "Do you see this great chest of mine?" And again the sprightly tailor replied, "I see that, but I'll sew this," and stitched away at his trews, and still it kept rising through the pavement until it shook a great pair of arms in the tailor's face and said, "Do you see these great arms of mine?" "I see those, but I'll sew this," answered the tailor, and he stitched hard at his trews, for he knew that he had no time to lose. The sprightly tailor was taking the long stitches when he saw it gradually rising and rising through the floor until it lifted out a great leg, and stamping with it upon the pavement, said in a roaring voice, "Do you see this great leg of mine?" "Aye, aye, I see that, but I'll sew this," cried the tailor, and his fingers flew with the needle, and he took such long stitches that he was just come to the end of the trews when it was taking up its other leg. But before it could pull it out of the pavement, the sprightly tailor had finished his task, and blowing out his candle and springing from off his gravestone, he buckled up and ran out of the church with the trews under his arm. Then the fearsome being gave a loud roar and stamped with both his feet upon the pavement, and out of the church he went after the sprightly tailor. Down the glen they ran, faster than the stream when the flood rides in, but the tailor had got the start at, and a nimble pair of legs, and he did not choose to lose the laird's reward. And though the thing roared to him to stop, yet the sprightly tailor was not the man to be holden to a monster, so he held his shoes tight and let no darkness grow under his feet until he had reached Saddle's castle. He had no sooner got inside the gate and shut it than the monster came up to it, and enraged at losing his prize, struck the wall above the gate, and left there the mark of his 5 great fingers. You may see them plainly to this day, if you'll only peer close enough. But the sprightly tailor gained his reward, for MacDonald paid him handsomely for the trews, and never discovered that a few of the stitches were somewhat long. Through life you will have distractions, but that's okay. Keep on, keep on moving forward. Embodiment, activity, and discovery. Embodiment, activity, and discovery. First, we tend to embody the unknown because we don't know. So we just do. The more we do, the more limits we can find. Those limits being obstacles, things that don't go too well with others. And that's okay. That helps refine us. That is the discovery of things that we're going to say, no, that's who I am. That's what I'm going to be regardless. Or things in which we say, you know what, I like to apply a little bit more finesse in my life. I'll do it like this. That's right, each one's course of life is a discovery, it is an adventure. Too much have I found I've lost time trying to define something in the moment than to just realize what's happening. Just to accept and embody what the moment is. It's like I have a professional camera, professional grade camera, and most of the time I don't take the camera and use it because when I have that camera, I'm working a camera. I'm looking from behind the lens. But when I don't have that camera in my hands, then I'm just being me. I'm just doing what I do. I'm embracing life as it happens. And for me, embracing life is much more important. That moment, that moment's not going to come around twice. And yeah, that camera, that image could be saved for all time, but that moment could be lost forever. My daughter's passed away since, but there was a time when I was with my dad and we went out to eat after like church one night. We went to an ice cream place, and my daughter, she go roar, and I loved it. I thought it was so cute, and I encouraged her to do it, and she did it super loud. And there was nobody else in the place, man. There was the worker and us. And right away, my dad, he starts hushing my daughter. Shh, be quiet, too loud. That dude just lost. He lost so much. He can't ever get that moment back. There was never another day that he experienced that moment. It's gone. So embrace life as it happens and enjoy the moments. Let them be disruptions. When they're disruptions, you may never see that thing again. Anyways, it is 10. Much love, many blessings. Thanks for hanging out with us again. Totally, thanks for hanging out with us again. And again, if you have any questions, concerns, perhaps books or material that you'd like me to read, send me an email, cetra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA at yahoo.com. Oh. And have a blessed day. Donna de Guai until we see you next time.